All right. Welcome, watching. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Coming to Group 5, Session 16.
Bah.
And
We need
we're
a
going.
name.
Yeah, I was going to say six pack, but we're still not there yet. I honestly think we might have a name after this. We'll feel it out. So you all, I'm going to make the recap quick as possible so we can get through stuff. So you all have been investigating the missing people in kind of an indirect way through Marvin. Right, you met up with Crespa, Ilyar, the crypt keeper. Right, and through that conversation, which ended up being like a blind date type, we had a little bit of kink shaming happening. I'm just kidding. But it was taken aback, right? But they didn't really necessarily need to be swayed by Nereus. They were uh, loving enough towards your charisma and your looks, and they were like, "Oh, this blind date," but you put them into the gaze, and you got the keys. So after coming with the keys, you made your way here. Right. That's kind of the quick recap. I mean, we had some stuff in between. We had the whole thing. We had talking about Suttree Cathedral and a couple other things might have happened even past other session. Right. So, but it's all kind of culminated into this missing persons. We took the keys from Crespa and we're going to the crypt. Okay. I will make a note because I want to make sure that players are not caught off guard. They're at the tavern upon waiting to actually go to the Zealous Flagon, waiting to go to the Mountainside Tavern, so going to the other tavern to be Crispa. Christoph Cormier actually showed up and was there, and it seemed like they were swaying and doing things and whatnot. Um, just going to give a note of that so you're not caught off guard. And we good?
Let's find out who dies.
All right.
Nice knowing you, Tardan.
Let's get some action music. All right, Indigo. So we are. I think we left off. I'm going to cycle through just to make sure. Yeah. Okay. Good. Indigo, you. I believe it's your initiative. We ended, I think, with Tardan making space and then seeing these creatures rising. I do want to make a note that these creatures are still coming out of the ground. So they have been clawing themselves through the ground. Now they're puncturing their arms and their bodies up. So none of these creatures actually fully surface. Only a few of them have, which two of which have been taken out. There's screams all around you. There's people crying out that are actually the cemetery this late. There's creatures emerging everywhere, and not just on the map. Okay, the cemetery is many miles wide, right, from north to south and west to east. It is massive. Cemetery takes up a huge portion of this city, this holy city, and they are all rising up from their graves. And I'm serious. I'm not kidding when I say that. They are all coming out of them. So what are you doing?
Which two were killed? I'm curious to where the bolts are lying on the ground because
Yes.
I'm fancy
So
like that.
I went ahead and removed the bodies so I can make sure that we have space. So there is, I believe,
I
one
saw
here.
that one.
And
Where was
then
the other one?
The other one was where I believe Sir Dougal actually was approaching.
Yeah.
So I'll put the body right there in that space. So the two templates there will most likely be where the bodies are, if I recall correctly. But I could be a little off.
Okay. I would like to take 15 foot of movement, grab the bolt off the ground.
The arrow. Okay.
Okay. I'd like to grab the arrow. I'd like to tap Dougal on the shoulder and be like, back inside. And then I'd like to go right here and heading over to Ares, I'd like to attack this guy.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and cycle on the prone condition as the creature is technically in a prone-like state. Cannot move as dexterous as ass, so you do have advantage against attack.
Okay. And I'd like to dead ass.
All right, 26 is going to hit. 8 points of bludgeoning damage. You crush into its head. It writhes at you, sticking out its tongue, wiggling around as it continues to pull its hands outwards.
I'd like to take another 5 foot of movement, and then I'd like to do the same thing with this guy.
Okay.
With a kick across the head.
26, snapping the head. You hear kind of a bone crack, some of the squishy flesh, but the creature still seems to be alive if it was.
I take another 5 feet. I look at Ares and I'm like, still going. I go for another scorpion kick all the way around for that one.
21. Good thing we have advantage. We're getting 6 points of bludgeoning damage come across, still alive.
And then after that, I will take freaking
5 short.
5 feet here. I'm going to use a key point for Step of the Wind
Okay.
to get my dash. I'm going to hand you the bolt if you'll take it.
I'll grab the arrow as he flashes by me in a quick motion.
And I'll say, see you inside. And I run over here, back inside,
Nice.
to
Awesome.
right about there. And then,
Okay.
yeah, I'm done.
Okay. We now come to the creature's initiative. They are group rolled. They now are emerging from their space. As they do and emerge from, they're all not prone. They're taking their entire movement speeds and dashes to get it fully upright as they do claw out. It seems that some of them in this space, to your north side here, as well as to your east and west, west and east, at the distance of them, they are moving their heads around rather kind of viciously and mindlessly, and they seem to be kind of almost nitpicking directions of where they go. I mean, this is an absolute horde emerging. You can hear now a slight, faint sound, kind of like a yell from the nearby wall. Hear the yelling of soldiers on the actual wall. It's very faint, very distant, and it's kind of shrouded by the actual creatures as they're shrieking and clawing the earth and emerging from the ground. Now come to Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal is going to make way in space, and then it's going to come here, move 25 feet. And after moving 25 feet, it's going to have a hold action upon that. Then it's going to end their turn. There's your up.
Okay.
AoE, baby!
XP.
AoE,
Look at all these experience points you're gonna get.
You got a wall of fire yet? Oh wait, no, you don't take fire spells. Damn.
Wall of water.
Fling it.
Ooh, nice roll.
Okay. All right. So as you send it outwards onto them, you can see that they're hit by the actual water, and it does begins to encase their feet and things into the actual ice, courtesy of the actual spell here, this binding, right? Taking their action to potentially get out of it. I'm going to go ahead and slap on the actual restraints onto them, just so I can keep track and pace here as we go. One of these creatures.
Yeah,
is-
sorry, it's a lot.
No, it's good. I can actually add it like that, so I can group add it. That's a little bit easier, you think? So the restraint condition, I put apply to them just so it can remind me, and then advantage-wise and things will most likely be assigned. But as you can see, that they're kind of binded by the legs, right? They're in that condition. They're kind of holding on, and they don't seem to be aware of what you've done to them, right? One of the creatures is kind of hit by the blast, a couple chunks of the flesh, the arm ripped off, and the head knocked off, and kind of topples onto the ground. And they're kind of moving and kind of trying to pull away from it towards you, and kind of noting you as maybe the source of this, as they're looking now directly at you. But they are not looking at the bindings of their legs. They're just kind of trying to pull at them towards you. All right, Ares.
All right. Yeah. So I'm going to move first. Here. And do I see the guy coming out from underneath Tardan?
You do. It actually attempted to grab, but I blind rolled it for the sake of not having too many dice, and it was a net 1.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and use the arrow that Indigo was nice enough to collect for me to shoot at the one directly under Tardan with of course, the magic arrow feature.
Kick his ass!
And so I gotta turn on sharpshooter. Hold on, I gotta remember where that is now. My skills, save checks, effects, sharpshooter. On, and here comes the attack.
21 hits.
It was not. Yep.
Okay, 24 total points of damage. You see kind of reaching out. It's now crouched underneath Tartan. You're going to have to like move out of the space, right, as you're both occupying. The arrow flies into the head of the creature. Between your legs flies. It's hunched down underneath your legs. The arrow flies into the creature's head and slumps underneath you. That's it.
And I'll say to end my I know I have one more attack, but you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and attack the guy closest to me and Tardan right there.
Okay.
Same thing, sharpshooter, and
Okay.
going to go ahead and do it.
Firing off an arrow. So one arrow flies into the head. Second arrow getting a critical hit here. Fly directly through the neck of the creature, splintering multiple different kind of bone fragments outwards as it kind of explodes. As the magical arrow fired with the kind of a trail launched offwards. It's dead.
And as that ends my turn, I'm going to quickly say, Tardan, grab those arrows for me before you come back, but let's get through the door. And that will end my turn.
Pick up my shit.
And turn outside.
Shit, man.
Who can grab
I
it?
gotta have some
Grab
Indigo
it,
left. I
Rob!
gotta have somebody else do it.
Let's see. I'm gonna cast Thunderclap on myself. Try to push this one closest to me away.
Okay. Looks like it failed with a 6. In so doing, I believe it's going to take 8 points of thunder damage. And then as far as getting thrown back, I think it's...
10 feet.
Well, you use Thunderclap, right? Not you use the cantrip.
Oh. Oh yeah, no, you're right. Yep.
Yeah,
nope,
you don't.
throw
You're
back.
not going to push
Wrong one.
back. That's the wrong. Are you trying to do the other
Wrong.
one?
No. I don't have the other one.
Okay.
I was thinking the wrong one.
Yeah. So
That's fine.
So Thunderclap, as soon as you emerge that, I was just trying to read this post. I don't think you pushed anything back. I was trying to run myself later. So you kind of clap out. That one does fail with it and takes the thunder damage, kind of hit by it. And there is a massive, just crack of thunder in the air that just echoes outwards. You see the creatures, some of which actually were lying like right, judging the directions. They're just now snapping their eyes in the direction of this massive, high-pitched crack of thunder.
Oh man, it's raining too.
Well, I think I've made my presence known. I'm just going to run inside the door here.
Okay. A creature is going to take an attack of opportunity, the one directly next to you, that you attempted to kind of push back. Goes in for a bite as it goes in towards your kind of shoulder region. 19 is going to hit you. Does 11 points of piercing damage as it bites on your shoulder, ripping a chunk of your flesh off. Takes the tongue, dragging, kind of licks the face with the blood, and shrieks outward as it looks around in the direction of your kind of running in frantic pace.
All right, that'll be the end of my turn.
Okay. Indigo, you're up.
I would like to. I would like to go. This explain to me. Okay, this cart right here, whatnot. Is it? It's a cart inside mausolete? Like, what is this thing? Like to move
Yeah,
bodies around? A functional cart?
Yeah, no, it's a functional cart. You see metal kind of chain link that forms the railings on the sides. It's very similar to like a wheelbarrow, right? You have two wheels on either side. You can pick it up and push it and move it. It's quite large, and it seems to be well sturdy enough and kind of heavy, not only for bodies, but actually materials of like heavy-duty stone. You can see bits and pieces of stone kind of inside of the actual wooden planks. They're fell through as well. You know, if they're clearing out certain things. You also see more of these around in this space now that you're actually taking time to look. At the center of the space, it's a dome structure, by the way, and reaches about 25 feet or so. There's stone pillars that go up to that. At the center of the space is a staircase with a large kind of pillar kind of in the center, right? And it kind of moves down and around it, right? So the actual center area there is a staircase that descends. Behind that appears to be kind of winch mechanisms and other things, so you can't quite see around the pillar there with your sight line. I don't think you've actually been inside. There's also candle, like kind of lamp, these lanterns, right, kind of on lamps, right, kind of sitting up there. And the candles are lit, right, currently. Many of them kind of gone downwards, but that is really it in this space. So you don't see anything else. It's really just kind of wide open. There's a lot of dirt. There's a lot of debris around. There's not like a lot of tooling. The door in front of you is a metal reinforced stone door, and actually was unlocked by a key. And there's a bolt that can slide, a metallic bolt at the back end of the door that slides to lock it. So the door itself is very sturdy. Now, could these creatures break it down? That's something I don't know if you've had. You're not sure. I think that would be a good.
Okay. Yeah, my idea would be to like barricade the door, but with the idea that the door is pretty sturdy and made of a good material, I would like to kind of like volley over Tardan a little bit, and basically ready in action. Basically, as soon as Ares is inside, I'm gonna slam the door closed and lock it. If I could take that as my action, that's what I'll do.
Okay. So you're going to hold your action to slam the door and lock it.
As soon as he's in, I'll just slam it, lock it behind him.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yep.
All right. So that can be it for your turn?
Yep, absolutely.
All right. Now come to the creatures. The creatures trace themselves into the actual spot. They see one fleshy target here in front of them, and that is Ares. So I'm going to begin to move these targets as they begin to funnel and surround in space, running in their maximum movement speed, some of them. Now, it seems that the creatures on the right side are able to move around. One of them actually has to dash to get around. Now, the creatures on the left, they have movement speeds as well to get over, but because of the brine water that erupted on that side, as the creatures are pulling on the things, the creatures on their backsides, okay, behind them, are actually kind of looking in the direction of the auto thunderclap, and then they turn, they look, and they see the actual binds, and they begin to kind of take actions, and they're breaking them. So you can see them actually helping their friends that are wasting their turns and just kind of yanking themselves out. Now, doing what's appropriate to try to break out of the binds here to get out of the spell that Nereus had put on. So these creatures are not unintelligent. You're seeing that in a brief moment here, Ares, is now you're completely surrounded, and they're going to take a mob attack upon you to come through for what is a series of strikes, either bite or claws, that are coming through you. So your armor class, if I did correctly, is 17. Okay. I'm going to look at real quick. I'm going to make sure. Okay. You're going to need totals. Yeah, you're going to get by one attack, but based on them coming through and swinging at you wildly, and the one having taken the dash. I'm going to roll for damage. Okay. Take a total of 7 points of slashing damage or piercing damage here, kind of a combination as they're kind of coming at you as a mob and thrashing and moving. These creatures, even though you're seeing the intelligence, they are now getting kind of clustered together, and they're kind of hitting into each other. But that was a successful kind of mob in that direction. They are piling against the doors. So the Tartan, the one that's in front of you, remember the door itself is only 5 feet, right? But I widened it to 10 so we can move tokens through. So the one in front of you, Tartan, is still behind the wall and the door at the same time.
Yep.
All right. So Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal is going to move over to the side here. And within 10 feet. And is taking the help action with you, Indigo, with whatever need that you're attempting to do. All right, Nereus, it's your turn.
Are you really going to close the door, Indigo, and let the entire city fall to these creatures? He's just guilting him for fun. And then he's going to... That's our Nereus. Love him, right?
We do. It's not the party without him.
That is true.
He'll just fire off a shot at the one. It's fine. He's not too worried about it.
Nice, 26 hits, 10 points of cold damage. Splintering this large blast of water, you rip chunks of this spongy flesh and bones ripped off the shoulders. Alright, Ares, your turn.
Arden, did you get those arrows?
Nope. I'm just gonna jingle my quiver that's under my cloak.
All right, I'm going to after I say that and see that, I'm gonna run through the door, yelling, "Coming through! Only 17 arrows left!" And I'll run through the door.
Okay. You gonna take disengage?
Do I have disengage? Yeah, I don't think I have
Yeah,
disengage. do I?
everyone has disengage. So, so you can
yeah, I'll take disengage.
Yeah, so you don't have to take the attack action on for your action on your turn. You can take a dash, you can take a disengage, you can take a help, right? So there's other things you can do besides attacking. So if you declare that, hey, I want to disengage as my action, which means you won't take attack of opportunities when you move.
Yeah, I will definitely take disengage as the action then, and then take my 15 feet of movement to get inside the door.
Okay. So that's going to now come over to Indigo's held action here. So you're waiting for Ares was the condition. Ares has kind of moved out of space and come in. So that's suffice the condition. What are you, as you move and take the door, right? You're taking the door to shut it and lock it. You see the creatures are kind of piling in, pushing themselves. And I need you to make an athletics check at advantage with the help of Sir Dougal that's at your backside coming to your aid. Okay. Just going to roll a check real quick from them. So they're kind of grouped together here, kind of making one simple check here. It's 21 super high. So yeah. So as they come through and they're kind of pushing themselves up against the door, you're able to close it as you do, shutting it, locking it, moving that bolt. You hear them kind of slam into the door. So we're going to go ahead and end combat and initiatives here. As they begin to slam into the door, you can hear their kind of sounds in the backsides as they're clawing and binding at the door. The door itself kind of comes in for a perfect seal. This is an airtight seal with this door as it kind of comes into it. You want to make sure there's no air coming into the crypt, right? So the preservation is key. So that actually kind of seals now. And then you shut the bolt over the cross, they're kind of bashing into the door. And it seems as though the door is holding for now.
Arden, what did you do?
What in the hell is going on, Tardan?
How is this Tardan's fault?
I'm just kidding, man. I tap him on the shoulder and I use a key point to Hand of Healing him.
Yeah, let's go. Though I am curious, what is the chance? I don't know how many of you believe in coincidences. That as soon as we come in here, undead raise from the ground.
Total
You heal.
coincidence.
You heal for 5.
Sweet.
I put it on you.
Thank you, sir. Yep. That was a lot of them. Like,
A lot.
I mean, as far as the eye can see, but are
We
there
couldn't have
any
dealt with that many.
windows? There's obviously no windows here. This is just
Total crypt.
we need to.
Stick together.
Well, yeah, obviously stick together. We were here for a reason. I at the same time I wish we knew what the mob is doing. Not that we could do anything, but are they just standing there? Are they trying to get to us? Are they running into the city and attacking everything? Like,
I think we can hear a good amount indigo against the door. But yes, I imagine many poor citizens are going to die. Good work.
Hell, it's what I do.
You say we
So-
also heard screaming from the other people in the graveyard, so I'm sure they're hunting.
So I'm pretty sure whatever was going on here was already set in motion before we came in here and did anything. That being said, we came in here with a purpose, so we might as well make the sacrifices worth it. Get toward
Well,
our
it looks-
purpose.
So
As-
Indigo,
as-
as you come around, that itself is 2 winches on the either side of a trap, like a trap door, cellar door. But it essentially is that it is a kind of a column space that you can use to lower things down. Right? So if you were lowering things down to another level, it's kind of similar to like an elevator, but there's no like a kind of suspended platform or anything that you're kind of observing. The actual winches themselves have similar to like eyelets, hooks on them, suggesting that if there was like a casket, the casket would have already, right, would already have something that these hooks can go onto and lower down. So there isn't like a platform per se. Now, the wagons or the carts, you might add, they would need to use this, right? They could not actually go down the stairs, and they would need to most likely be lowered in a similar fashion. Hence the chain link of the railings of the actual carts. So they do the same thing. They come through those rings of the chain, and they're able to kind of pull them down at 4 different points with the switch.
so there's no stairs or anything going up. Single level, I mean the ceiling above us,
Correct.
and that's basically. So when I look over this stone railing, how far down can I see, if any?
Yeah, so if you open the door, the 2 doors in front of you here, or are you talking about
Oh, like in the stairwell or whatever
the
that.
stairwell? That's a solid wall that goes up.
Oh,
That's
okay.
that's the pillar I was this massive
Gotcha.
support
gotcha.
pillar that goes into the apex of the dome ceiling.
But the stairs are there on the side of the pillar, right?
Correct. The stairs
okay,
the
okay.
stairs go
On it.
into the pillar. That's right.
Yeah,
And they
okay,
round down.
okay.
So. Well, gentlemen,
We go down.
I vote
There's-
stairs.
I think stairs would be quieter, and there is only one direction to go, it seems.
The only problem with the stairs, I'll warn you, is it gets very hard to fight in places like this. Typically, we refer to this as the fatal funnel, and you want to get out of it as quickly as possible.
Actually, when I looked at the elevator, does it look like whatever platform is used to bring the carts up or down is up at our level right now, or it's probably lower?
Yeah, so again, there isn't an elevator platform. It's a straight shot. There is nothing stopping you. If you open those doors, you could just jump and fall. Right?
Do you
So
guys think we should quietly open those doors in case we need to use that thing to get back up here and not have the doors closed on us?
Hmm.
That certainly doesn't look quiet.
I mean, my biggest concern is it seemed like all the dead outside were raising out of their grave. I would just guess where we're at right now in the crypt that the dead are probably below us, could potentially be
Awake
doing the
as
same
well.
thing.
Hmm.
So I don't know if we all use the stairs or if some sneak down the stairs while others use the elevator. I mean, I assume they go to the same place, but I don't know that for a fact.
I was gonna say the issue is if the stairs have different levels than that elevator.
Well, nice and easy. Who wants to take lead? I'll look at Dougal since he ain't here.
We could also be a bit more quiet about it, and somebody could go down invisible and just lead by about 10 feet, and then we just follow them.
Who's
I'm
the
not
sorry.
Offering.
We just unleashed a horde of zombies. I don't think we have to worry about being cautious.
What if there's another horde of zombies down there waiting for us?
Let's hope there's another door we can close.
I'm gonna look again to Dougal and be like you or me, kind of like, do you want to lead or do I need to go down first?
Who has the
I
highest
mean-
AC in the party?
AC?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm 17, so it's probably not me.
Tartan, you have the highest arrow class.
All right. Well, that idea
Excellent
backfired.
choice.
You're the one with the armor, asshole.
I mean,
All right. I
I'm,
have no problem going first. My magic can protect me. So
I mean, I'm somewhat sneaky. I could try to go first as well. Not my forte, but I can sneak around a little bit.
I don't
Up to
mind.
the group.
I feel you're better in the back with your arrows.
I would agree.
I'll go first. Indigo, you want to follow me? And then Dougal can yell at them when we get down there. Or Nereus can condescend them when we get down there.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll whisper to Nereus as Tardan takes about 5 feet in front of me and be like, I know this is perfect for you. If push comes to shove, I'll just kick him down the stairs. And then I trust you'll keep the light on as we ascend. And then I'll jab at him as well as we start to go down.
Okay, you're going down the stairs.
I guess so. Shit,
What's
here we
what's,
go.
What's the marching order?
I don't know. When the DM asked a
Arden-
question like that, I kind of want to go down the
Oh.
elevator now.
So Tardan, me, Dougal,
Nereus.
Nereus, then Ares?
I'll be in the back, yeah.
Okay.
This is a terrible idea, guys.
Yeah, we're good.
Why is it suddenly a terrible idea?
Because I wasn't supposed to have the highest AC. That wasn't supposed to be how that worked out.
I don't like the fact that I'm agreeing with Nereus a lot right now.
Well,
So, you have been rounding down the staircase. It hasn't been very long. You feel like you've descended roughly, right now, about 40 feet or so, and you're continuing to descend. And opening it up, there seems to be light coming into the actual stairwell now that you're rounding down and through. You do have your tokens.
I would like to sneak up to this next corner and look down it.
Stealth check.
Or not.
Oh boy.
It's a lot of dice.
I love it. That's fucking awesome.
He said that's
perception
a
check.
lot of dice.
That's great, bro. I love that shit. That's great. His only reaction, that's a lot of dice. Well, fucking yeah, bro.
gonna,
Worst things have happened to me.
I'm gonna quietly tap Nereus on the shoulder and say, "Hey, Harden seems really loud down there. Are we sure he's the stealthiest that we have?"
Getting my foot
He's
ready to kick
really-
Card in the back.
The least stealthy and subtle person I've ever met. The good
we
news is we'll know if he's in pain.
Ah.
I guess I should have went first.
So, Tarn, you are now coming into the space, right? You're exiting the stairwell here. It seems to be, right, coming around at those 90 degrees. So you're coming out of the east, right, as you're pointing that direction. What you're seeing is that you've descended roughly about 45 feet, right? This room is very mimicky towards the chamber above. And there is a design, there's a pattern that you're noticing, right? There's some sort of corridor, or it continues north. There's light coming. There's breaks in the wall every 10 feet or so. You see the same thing in east, right? So another way going in that center part of the space within the walling there. It seems to be beautiful bricked, perfect kind of this rich granite kind of coloration. It mimics the tiles that are there that are also kind of somewhat bedrock in their formations. There's another staircase very close to you, roughly 15 to 20 feet in the corner of this chamber to the northeast, and that seems to descend in a very similar fashion to the staircase that you just worked on. That staircase itself is just slightly shorter, right? So it's not nearly as large because it's still built in the pillar with the same design of what you've done, but it's definitely kind of smaller. You notice there's candles about the space. They're kind of giving off faint glow, right? Just very twinkling with their lights. And as soon as you come down here, you hear the sounds scraping. It's almost as if there's claws that are being dragged on the stone floor. That noise echoes, not just from your north, east, but around the bends of the staircase wall coming towards your ears on left and right.
Harden.
Hey, Indigo, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure, man.
There's scratching down there. I think we have friends.
Oh my god.
Out of curiosity, the ones outside, did they seem like they were attracted by noise or just like sight of alive or that were not dead?
Make an intelligence check.
Yes. Intelligence check. Yep, we're perfect.
Difficult to tell if they're drawn in by the sound, the motions you're making, the blood.
Yeah.
It could be any of those factors. They did have intelligence, though, right? The way that they were interpreted.
Okay.
So, Indigo, I think you see those stairs there? I think we just go down there. We just ignore everything here and we go there. Yeah?
What stairs you talking about? You don't want to look around for more platinum pieces in a random box in a safe?
No, we can do that after we kill everything.
Quiet!
Indigo,
Sir.
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw as you walk into something gelatinous and cube-shaped.
Alright.
Ah, a cube is gelatinous.
Dexterity save.
All right.
Now- 20. So, Indigo, you come into the wall of the cube before actually entering into its space, just barely. With a nat 20, you're able to succeed. However, you do incur damage. by actually kind of running into the gelatinous cube and touching the wall. This acidification of it begins to kind of damage you from its wall itself. I'm going to go ahead and assign damage to your character here. Take approximately 13 points of acid damage as it kind of singes your hands and as well as your chest. It's just kind of running into it. But your dexterity saving throw is there to not go into it, which could have been drastically worse. I need everyone at this point to please roll initiatives.
I blame Indigo.
Right.
Oh my god.
Indigo, you're supposed to be the smart one. You didn't even look around when you came down here. You just listened to Tartan.
Literally, you said go for the stairs. I'm like, I'm sure Tartan would have checked. Idiot.
Nah, Tartan heard scratching. It was like, nope, that thing bit me last time.
You didn't even tell me about the scratching. You were just like, hey, go for the stairs, Jack.
No, I did it. I told you about the stairs or the scratching when I asked you if you wanted to go first. So
I
they
don't
would think
remember
it's
that.
scratching.
Let's
I don't
go
remember
to Mr. Dougal just a little bit.
I have selective hearing.
All right, Nereus the second.
Nah.
I approve this message.
All right, Indigo, you're up. Round one.
Okay, how... What is this thing?
It is a literal gelatinous cube. I mean, that is the best way to describe what you're seeing. It is
This
a
is literally
cube.
like a BS Jello.
It is like a roughly 12, 13 foot tall as far as the cube shape is concerned. So it's spilling into some of the other corners, right? Not just forming a perfect cube, but there is some variety as far as where it's spilling outwards. It's moving. It seems to be jiggling. There are fragments of humanoid bones inside of it. There's also
Close.
like tools such as like shovels and pickaxes and things, but very loosely there. The actual gelatinous, the actual gelatin of it is clear. It is transparent. You can see through it. And so if you didn't actually if it passively, there's really no way that you would see this. Because if it's unmoving, it's literally just like looking through a window. But now that it's moving, right, you can see the objects that are inside of it that are coming to and swing through in the backdrop of the shadows. So there's no face, there's no arms, there's no legs. It is literally a cube of gelatin, which apparently is acidic.
Okay. So I'm smart enough not to hit it because if I just touched it and it hurt me, if I hit it, I'm gonna get screwed. So part of me wants to just run back up the stairs, but I feel like that's to no end. Disengage, or the one that doesn't take attack of opportunity. Is it disengage or dodge?
It's disengage.
Disengage I take as my action. And I will go to there.
Okay.
And kind of already used my action, but can I look around at all to see if there's another like stairwell or anything? Or is that not really?
We're going to go off your passive perception. Based on your sight lines, you can see
Gotcha.
that there is a corridor now to your south, which is, again, mimicking itself in design. This is a very perfect in the way this crypt seems to be designed. You're noticing there's breaks in the wall every 10 feet or so. The lights
Gotcha.
are positioned in certain ways. Beyond that, you do not see another stairwell that descends.
Okay. I'll just show back to Torton and be like, we need to run this thing around, or so. I mean, I can't kill this thing. So I leave it up to you, and then I'm gonna take. I'm just gonna go right around this corner right here,
Okay.
and that'll be it.
I will make a note as well. The actual elevator shaft, that cubicle, that kind of shaft that comes down, is right here. Okay, so remember that above you, right, is just a space. The ceiling height of this, you descended 45 feet, but the ceiling is roughly only about 20 or so feet, right? So you can see it above in that squared off shaft that comes down, suggesting that there could be another one, right? If there's a staircase that descends, then there might be another shaft, but you have not actually really observed in that position. Went north, east, and south, yet to inspect the west.
Sure.
All right, Tartan, you're up.
Yeah, I'm going to target this thing, and we're going to throw one of my new cantrips at it. Or not.
15 hits.
Hey, let's go.
12 points of fire damage as you land into the gelatinous cube. You see kind of gelatinous kind of blows off of it from the side. Now it's missing kind of a chunk. All it does.
I'm going to yell back up the stairs, seeing as how I think at this point stealth's kind of out the window while we run this around. Hey, careful the gelatinous cube. Would you guys come down? And I'm going
What?
to walk over here. And wishing I didn't. Alrighty then. I will end my turn there and hate my life.
All right, Nereus, it's your turn. You have the light spell here. You actually do not see this gelatinous cube, noting that your party said there's one here, but you cannot see it.
Can he make, like, would it be Arcana check or something to know what that is?
You can make an Arcana check to know what a gelatinous cube is. You can also attempt to make an active perception check to see what.
Sure. I just mean, like, if he would, be aware, like, hey, if there's a cube, it's probably invisible. Like, I just don't know how common knowledge that is.
It's not. Yeah, gelatinous cubes are not really common knowledge. You have a higher Arcana 17, so you're not right. So you're going back into your story, your past at the Wizard's Keep, noting that gelatinous cubes are creations of magic, that they're formations. These creatures are normally created to protect areas from intruders. They're essentially traps that are kind of somewhat mobile. They don't have any sort of intelligence to them. They rarely move, and they are transparent.
Okay. And before he steps into the room, he's going to make a perception check.
Okay. Go ahead and allow that 11 perception. So as you're looking about the space, trying to find this cube, you do not see it.
He will go back up the stairs and take the dodge action.
Okay. I'm gonna your action, because you use perception and arcana. I'm gonna take
okay,
that.
that's fine.
I'm gonna take that as your action and bonus. Ares, you're
up. Hey guys, what's going on down there? Walk around. Mr. Dougal? I can't pass through these guys, can I?
You can.
Question is, do I want to?
But just incur 10
okay.
feet for every 5, right?
Okay.
So you would get here, we'll say, with your movement. That's
Okay.
your total movement at that point, going through the 2 spaces, Darius and Cerebral.
Yep. Easy enough. Darius, what's going on up there?
I didn't see anything.
Where are the 2 people supposed to be leading us?
Running from a cube, I'd stay on the stairs if you want to be safe.
Alright, thanks, buddy. Glad you care about me. And, let me see. I'm gonna go ahead and, take my, action to dash. So I can keep moving.
Okay.
So that's another 5. Alright. I still don't see anybody.
That's correct.
Good. I will use my movement to go back up the stairs. And I'll end my turn there.
Ending your turn, Tardan, you hear scraping and kind of the sound, audible tone of kind of the creatures moving in unison together as they kind of move in all fours and turn and look at you. As they do, they now move. One takes a dash running up towards you. Another one comes outwards, taking a dash up towards you. As you can see, rounding the corner are more as they begin to pour into space. They go ahead and move their tokens in loosely into position with their dashes. So you can understand that they are all coming towards you as they're wrapping around each other on all fours. Again, these are all dashes, so none of them seem to attack you yet, right? They're moving on all fours as fast as possible. Indigo, in your space and position, you can see rounding around Ares as well, just from the crack of the staircase, even though you're not here right now, as far as your player is concerned. Creatures begin to pour in from the east of this actual side. As they do, they come moving across, noticing you, Indigo, kind of hit by behind the brick wall nearby that, right? Kind of using it for cover, but for them, between you and them, there's no cover here except for the lamp that's currently 6 feet tall in front of you, pegged with a metal pole into the actual stonework. Noticing you, this is going to take a dash at this point, and it's going to get to here on the dash. And then come through. I'm going to go ahead and start moving these tokens in their respective dashes. This one actually is going to be able to get all the way here because it moved earlier in its position, and then this one is going to be the longest. It's only going to be here on its dash. So these three are now running up towards you. Tardan with your passive perception, Ares with your passive perception, Indigo with your passive perception. Nereus and Sir Dougal, you both are too far into the actual staircase here to hear it, but there appears to be more noises coming from the north. As far as scraping and different sounds, but nothing quite moving quickly. These creatures seem to be making an abundance of noise as their claws are striking into the stonework and they're actually shrieking in the air. We now come to Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal is going to move in front of you, Nereus, and incur that of 10 feet. So in total, it's 20 feet as far as its movement is concerned. Then it's going to go an additional here. Based on the moon speed, so it's going to come to 35 feet roughly, so dash action is taken. It's going to come outwards, rounding corner here, and is going to come out, moving just the top side of the rest of its dash. Sir Dougal is going to maintain in its spot, so here you see Sir Dougal kind of wrap around the corner to the north, and then stop and look around. That is going to be its action to dash, and then its movement here. Seeing immediately the creatures on the left-hand side running on all fours, as well as the passive perception hearing the noise, is then going to take a rage to get a rage up. Seeing it kind of yells outwards as the bonus action taken, the rage up, and it's going to end the turn. All right, Indigo, you see the slithering of movement off of the corner of your eyes, but with the creatures around you, it's becoming difficult to see where the actual cube had gone. So you can see the cube slithering and moving a little bit as it slowly kind of moved. You can also see the gelatin upon the floor itself and kind of a trail, but that acid is kind of being neutralized and vaporized into the air. And now you can't actually see the cube, as your perception was lost by these creatures kind of embracing and surrounding you.
I'm gonna call out to Tard and be like, "Are you good?"
I wouldn't use that word.
I go for a kick across this guy's face.
Tina's going to hit, going across. You hear the jaw pop out and actually lose its hang off of the face. Teeth kind of dangling around the tongue, now filling that cavity.
I'll roll around this corner. And I'm going to use second to slap this guy with a backhand.
22 coming across to the backhand. It's on all fours. It's kind of sliding now, turning in the direction of you as you move, coming around the backhand and clock the face, moving from left to right. See kind of some chunks of the flesh ripping off of the hand strike. The creature seems to turn and continue its attention, focusing on you.
go to here. And to here. Like shit, Tardan. I can finally see what's happening to him.
I has idea. We're fine.
Darius, I don't think we're fine.
Back up the damn stairs, I guess. I don't know. I don't want to do that, but
Do
I
what
don't
your
feel-
do what your character would do, right? Be in your character's spot. Do what Indigo would do. I mean, as far as me watching your character for our sessions here, I definitely feel like Indigo would not leave Tardan down there.
Channel your inner Nereus.
You've got a total of
I'm
35. You've got a total of about 35 feet right now, so that's what you've gone. You've only gone 35.
35, so we got 15 more.
Correct.
10 and 15. Yeah, I'm at least gonna go to here.
Okay.
And I've already used my actions and everything, so I'm there, and we'll see what happens.
Okay. Tardan, you're up.
Yep, I'm not even going to hesitate. We are going to use Hypnotic Pattern. Screw these guys.
Okay, so using Hypnotic Pattern with a DC of 15 Wisdom saving throw, so you're putting him in a charmed and incapacitated-like state. This is a dream stupor. So you can see that the little dots and flashes kind of erupt into the air for a brief moment, almost in a cyclone kind of effect as they're kind of picking up pace and they kind of begin to move. As it would seem that all of these creatures have succumbed to this effect. They've all failed their saving throws.
What happens to him? What do I see?
They're all drooling on themselves, essentially.
They are all fours. They're continuing their runs, but they're almost not hit by an object, so they're slowly coming to a stop, so they're kind of sliding a little bit. And it's almost as if they're like, heads are in the air and they're just like looking at stuff, right? So their eyes are kind of moving left and right, their tongues dangling around, they're still crouched down upon the ground, but they are not like sprinting at Tardan any longer. They've kind of somewhat subsided that effect, or in the process of it, and then staring up.
All right.
Hey, where'd that cube go? Indigo.
I thought you had it.
No, but that brings me to stage 2 of my amazing plan. I need to find that cube.
No time.
What do you mean no time? Where
Alright.
are we gonna go?
I can
So
only
Tardan-
hit what I can see.
Remember,
Yep.
still in combat, so Tardan, you know,
Oh, yeah.
both got you get your liner off, get your action, you've done some movement. What are you doing next?
That will be it. I'm gonna stand by Indigo.
Okay. Ares, you're up next.
All right. Still doesn't see anything, so he'll just ready an attack. Shoot a ray of water if he sees anything.
Sounds good.
Friend or foe? No, obviously not friend. Nereus has
Ares-
no friends here.
Ares right in front of you.
That'd be about right. That'd be about right.
Hey, you stayed on the stairs. You listened to him. See, you saw us. Smart.
Alright, Ares, turn.
All right, so I saw Sir Dougal go past me. Am I hearing any of the stuff going on between Tardan and Indigo?
As far as them talking, you can hear them very
Yeah.
faintly. The wall is not
Alright.
is thick enough that the sound's not penetrating through, so you're just hearing the sound carry through and then up the staircase.
All right, so I'm gonna move 15 feet here, and I guess I see these two guys over here at this point. Be like, oh, what the hell's going on? And I'm gonna go ahead and first shoot at this one, and I'm gonna leave sharpshooter on.
19 hits. Deals 19 points of piercing damage. The arrow lands through the chest and splinters off a big, large wound. The creature kind of topples forward as it was in a mid-run, sliding across.
All right, I'm going to target this next one here. Same thing.
Okay. So a 10 would normally be a miss, but unfortunately for you, you've actually hit the cube, which is in front of it. 10 is
No!
You've done 19 points of piercing damage to the cube as it does thunk in and land. You see your magical arrow kind of slides, penetrating into the gelatinous cube quite deep. A chunk kind of blows off its side. The arrow is kind of land towards that bottom right. Cube has been revealed for a brief moment in spot and position as the cube is shaking now from the attack, so you can actually see that it's moving and vibrating with that movement. Your eyes are locking on. Currently in position, the people who can see it are Indigo, Sardugal, and Ares. Unfortunately, Nereus, you are just on the skirt of that vision because it's around potentially the corner, because you see Ares kind of reacting. I'm going to now unreveal its position because it stopped moving.
Holy shit, what was that? I'm going to use the rest of my 20 feet or 15 feet of movement to move here now. And I'm going to be like, holy shit, Tartan, what's over here? And that's my turn.
Okay. Alright. So the hypnotic pattern, these creatures actually don't get a save. So they are continuing their stupor as long as you concentrate on this potential effect, right? So Tartan, you can feel your control over this incapacitating charm-like state as you're maintaining it. I'm also going to leave the template up just for the sake of having it there. The noises are coming from the north increase as now the creatures to that side begin to actually catch on. As they're hearing, there's a formation of them that comes skirting around as they do. They begin to slide. That is their movements and dashes. Another kind of group begins to cluster themselves, pushing in. These are dashes as well as they come to. There are some creatures that are much closer as they ran around the corner. These ones are able to catch up all to you with dashes as they ran around the corners, 2 of which have gone to you, Ares, and another one towards Indigo. That is their actions to make those dashes to get those movements to you, moving on all fours. In addition, you hear more movement to the east, as there is some beginning to make way into the actual visible range. For some of you anyways, with the lightning works, and there's more movement coming from the west. We now come to 2, right? So you see the mindless creature that the arrow was intended to target Ares. As you're kind of running, you see 2 now in front of you. So you're not able necessarily to see this one, but this one actually is sidestepping away. Now seeing the cube move, it kind of makes way and kind of sidesteps around it. As it does, it begins to leave its space here. So it goes off of 5 feet, and immediately the cube seems to react upon leaving that actual space as this creature on all fours, bluish large tongue, this bipedal, a piece of the actual cube begins to move and vibrate, almost reaching out towards it, catch it, and was unable. The creature was able to kind of continue in all four, moving at almost a quickened pace. Now, it's going to go in for a series of attacks on Sir Dougal. Bite coming through, which is a 4. Upon missing that, I'm going to go ahead and end their turn. Just 1 attack, sorry, not a series of attacks. Now,
We noticed the cube reach out for that creature. Did it like shimmer again?
correct. That's why I revealed
Okay.
its position for a
Okay.
brief moment.
Just want
Right.
to make sure.
Yeah, so now a series of attacks from these 2. It's just individual attacks. You have a bite, and then you have a claw attack. The claw strike is going to hit Sir Dougal and deal only 4 points of slashing damage with the rage. The gelatinous cube, like I said, I revealed its position because it did attack. You could see it moving. Unfortunately, none of you were able to really kind of see that besides Sir Dougal, who was facing that direction. So as we come to Sir Dougal, what would Sir Dougal do? Wild shape, right? Like that's... Wouldn't
Like
that
he would, yeah.
I mean,
feel
that's
like he would
Sir Dougal.
rage and go bear form.
Rage
yeah.
and go bear form, right? Bonus action to do the
Mhm.
wild shape, I imagine. So let me see what we got. I think brown bear is what they were doing before. Okay. Wild Shaping with bonus action into the brown bear is then going to get a multi-attack off of a bite and claw. It's going to focus on one target. Coming in for a bite strike, 13 is going to hit, ripping across the shoulder. A huge chunk rips off. It's then going to take the claws in to go through a thrash of the chest. 25 hits. It deals 16 points of slashing damage coming across the chest, ripping out multiple organs and intestine that are corrupted black and grotesque. Creature drops down. Indigo, you're up.
All right.
I will say, Indigo, you're up, but I'm going to pause it. Nereus, you can fire off to that one in front of
All
you.
right. Cool.
Right. 17 hits. 9 points of cold damage as it smashes in a bit of its arm, chunk its bicep, kind of gets ripped off on the left-hand side. All right, Indigo, go.
Okay. I'm gonna say, there's too many. We need to bottleneck them. I don't think the cube is on anybody's side. So I'm actually going to... I'm going to attack the guy right in front of me. Unarmed strike.
14 hits, 10 points of bludgeoning damage come across the kneecap, shattering it.
Again, with a scorpion kick.
Okay, 25 scorpion kick hits. You deal 10 points of bludgeoning damage. You see now the creature staggering back from that strike, blood pouring profusely from the lacerations you actually created against the squishy flesh. This seems to be somewhat sidestepping.
Okay, and then the bonus action is just the bonus unarmed strike to the face.
For a bonus strike to the face, 24 is a hit. You 8 points of bludgeoning damage, crushing through the face, smashing into its brains on the other end. Your fist goes all the way through its head.
Okay, kick, punch, and then I'm going to actually go... to here.
You ran the Gelatinous Cube once more, and you should make dexterity saving throw.
Gotcha. And... Dex. Ugh,
Natural 1.
lame.
Alright. So you take 3 points of acid damage, and you are engulfed. You can't breathe, and you are restrained.
Oh, fuck.
You also begin to take acidic damage as you stay in the space. Indigo,
Is there a way
you're
for me to
inside.
get out?
If you had your action, you could attempt to get out of the restraint, but there is no other way to get out of the restraint besides using your action to take an escape check.
Gotcha. All right.
Indigo, I don't need my arrow that bad.
I'm literally gonna reach for it while I'm in there. Even if I'm dead, I'll like just hold it, and then that'll be it.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope, that's all I can do.
All right. Tartan, you're up.
But we can tell the gelatinous cube is there now.
Correct. The Lattice Cube is visible as your friends inside of it, so it seems that organic matter is not becoming as translucent, right? So you're able to see the colorations. You can also see your Indigo at this point. The cube opened its gelatinous structure, its matrix, as you ran into it, and then it closed itself, right? And so you can't like move now, so you can see them in there, kind of jiggling.
5, 10, 20, 25, 30, no. Alright, I'm gonna hold my position and I'm going to throw a firebolt at the gelatinous cube.
Okay. 12 is going to hit. Deals 12 points of fire damage as another chunk is ripped off.
And then since he can't hear me inside the gelatinous cube, could he? If I wanted to use Bardic Inspiration.
Bardic Inspiration does not require an auditory. You can also do. You can also inspire based on sight. This is for if you had a deaf character, they can still be inspired.
Oh, okay. Then I would like to use Bardic Inspiration on Sir Indigo.
Bet out of position you can target.
D6 or D8. Sorry. All right. And I will end my turn here without moving.
All right, Nereus, you're up.
Pretty much.
That's awesome.
$18 is going to hit. Ooh, nice. Max damage.
Max
16
damage.
total as you rip off the head with a large bash of water. Continuing through, its head disintegrates for the actual pressure of that water. Headless, it topples down dead.
Indigo, you're in a gelatinous cube. I suggest you get out quickly.
Ares, you're up.
Oh boy. Guys, I think we have to use the gelatinous cube to our advantage here. But we need to get Indigo out of there first. And I'm going to I forget, is it disadvantage for ranged if they're within melee range?
Correct.
Alright. So
if you are in melee range, it's a disadvantage.
Yeah, I'm assuming they're right next to me, so I'm in their melee range. So I'm gonna risk an opportunity attack and move. I'll move 10 feet backwards here.
They both take opportunity attacks. 7 and an 11, both of those miss as you dexterous kind of move out of the way of them, kind of sliding a little bit from the attacks.
All right, and I'm gonna go ahead and target closest one here. Same thing, sharpshooter, all that stuff.
$11 does not hit. The creature hunches down. Arrow flies into the back end of the northern.
And I'm gonna try him one more time. Same thing, sharpshooter on.
20 hits, aiming lower now towards the shoulder of the creature. 20 points of piercing damage lands, takes the blow and slides back a little bit from the force of the magical arrow.
And I'm gonna move. I moved 10 feet there, so I'm gonna another. I don't want to move by the gelatinous. I'm having problems with my token. I kind of want to move here over like that. There we go.
Okay.
That will end my turn.
Okay. Ending your turn, now come to the horde, now forming up on the northern side, moving their tokens a little bit as they come through. Go ahead and move them into space as they begin to funnel through. They take dashes as they begin to move their tokens into their dash positions. None of these are able to get to you in a timely manner, and they'll also start moving tokens as they begin to funnel into the space. I'll now come to the two original ones here that begin to rotate around, focusing their attention towards the bear. They both get attacks. Alright, so Dougal in bear form is hit by both strikes, a 15 and a 21. Takes a total of 6 points of damage total after the rage in this form sustains the attacks. They lacerate from 2 claw strikes. Also going to take the opportunity as we go, just clearing the board. The ones that are on the west side still incapacitated, but now there are targets that are making their way into the space. These targets are not making dashes, as they're kind of cautiously coming into the corridor, still on all fours, as it would seem that their passive perceptions are not quite high. And so they're hearing something, but they can't really understand what it is. They're just kind of walking, a slight jog maybe, as they're filling the actual space of the western corridor, coming into it, just looking, getting sightlines. Upon getting the sightlines and seeing, they're seeing the others attack, and they begin to pick up their speed, but that's not happening quite yet. Movement comes in from the southern corridor as more begins to form. They are turning their attention to the sounds of commotion, but have no sightlines to see anything, so they're still kind of a walking state. And now we come to the east. These ones are actually coming into the space in a run. As they do, they see you, Ares. They're making dashes
Holy fuck!
to get to you. But those are the dashes they begin to make their way, and those are the creatures' turns. Sir Dougal? Sir Dougal is going to take a claw strike at one of them in front. 9 is going to be a miss, and then is going to kind of rotate around and then go in for a bite strike over to next to you, Tartan, seeing that you're there getting surrounded. Goes in for a 24, 9 points of piercing damage, bites in, roughly. That is going to be the end of Sir Dougal's turn. Now come to the cube. Indigo. The start of the gelatinous cube's turn, you take 30 points of acid damage for being inside of it. No check can be provided to you as you are getting burned, incinerated from the secretions of the gelatinous cube. The cube slowly begins to move at the closest target. As it does, it's actually going to fill the space of this undead creature in front, in anticipation of just moving, it seems. This creature is going to make a save. This creature has failed. So doing? Takes 14 points of acid damage. It seems to be dead as it's swallowed, engulfed by the cube as well. Going to remove its token from the board and advance the cube's position 5 feet forward. That is the end of the cube's turn. Indigo, it's your turn.
Okay. Obvious question. How do I get out?
You need to make an escape check. An escape check, in terms, it either has to be an athletics or an acrobatics. The engulf is specific. That needs to be a strength-related check, but I don't believe in that. I think an escape is something that through Monster Manual is used reference, and it's always an athletics or acrobatics because it's either your strength or dex going at it, which I think is fair. So you can make either athletics or acrobatics check to attempt to escape.
Okay.
"24. You are able to escape. You are no longer restrained. I need you to pick a square 5 feet somewhere that you can reach. You're exiting the cube.
Oh no.
So it can be inside of Sir Dougal's space. Sir Dougal's a large, so you can be in there. It can be to the right, but it has to be 5 feet from your token's position because that's where you've entered into the cube from.
Okay.
And you have your movement afterwards. So, but you used your action to escape.
I gotcha. Okay. I will, I'll probably pop out actually on this side.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you, I will say though that
Or
it has
it
to
kinda
be
needs to be over
it
here.
has to be in a space relevant to the cube because the cube is large,
gotcha.
and so you entered in a specific area.
I gotcha. So let's just pop out right there.
Okay.
And
So
then
you have your movement left, yeah, and bonus action.
Okay. I'm trying to think, can this thing take a swing at me when I move away? Or, like, try to grab me again? I can't remember.
Can't tell you that.
I'll use, Step of the Wind, right? Yeah. Step of the Wind. Key point used, and then I will, go just behind Nereus. Excuse me, coming through. I'll get to right there for a minute and kneel down. Well, get ready to heal myself is what it looks like. I'm getting my bandages out.
Okay.
That's my turn.
All right, Tardan, you're up.
All right. So I still know where the cube is, right?
Yes, the cube's position is still revealed. This current location.
With it engulfing the dead body, do I see anything in there that I could cast, that I could use as the target for a spell?
The body. Well, the undead creature's body's in there. That's still within the cube because that was engulfed by it. You can target the dead body as the target of a spell. You can also target the cube for a target of a spell.
I'll double check something. Oh, it's just a cube. Never mind. I have no idea what to do. I'm so boned in this spot. You know what? I'm gonna try it anyway. I'm gonna cast Minor Illusion in the space of the cube. And I want to make it a very loud scream that's happening in the cube to see if I can get anything to attack the cube. It's about the best I got.
Okay.
Other than that, I will end my turn here.
All right, Nereus, you're up next.
Are you using me as a shield, Indigo?
No. Do some of that magic.
15 hits. 2 points of damage, splintering a bit of a chunk on the top end of it.
That's it.
All right, Ares, you're up.
All right. I wasn't expecting these guys to come from. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna. I will obviously take an opportunity attack, but I'm gonna step. Hold on a second. Yeah, you know what? I'll step back 5 feet here and take an opportunity attack. I know it's going to happen.
Okay, reaches out with the bite. 6 is a miss.
And I will... I will... I'll take an attack on the one directly in front of me.
Okay.
With sharpshooter.
Okay. 18 hits. 24 points of damage. Target drops. The arrow thunks into its head.
And I will go ahead and target the one over here. Same thing.
Okay. 13 hits. 19 points of total damage. Lands into the lower abdomen region, upper of the actual ribcage. A couple of ribs.
And I only moved back. Have I heard anything come from the south that I've been standing over here?
You hear scraping and movement now coming from the south.
Guys, they're coming in from everywhere. And I'm gonna... And I know where the cube is?
Correct.
Alright, I'm gonna get my back the wall. Can't I move my guy? Oh, because I'm on, or that's why. My guy back another 5 feet and stay here for time being.
Okay. I'm going to end your turn there. We're going to focus on side by side here. So we're going to go to the north side here. As we come to the north side, 3 attacks towards you, Tartan.
I will use shield.
Okay. I'm going to make these attacks individually here. So there's only 3 of them. First roll is a nat 20. That's going to land, deal 17 points of piercing damage. Additional 2 claw strikes towards you. 9 is a miss. And 16 is a miss. Both claw strikes with a bite hits. After concentration has indeed ended, which means the incapacity of the charm-like condition of the actual creatures towards your west has ended as well. Based on the statement of the spell, they will be incapacitated towards the end of their turn here. So we're taking all of this happening at once. These creatures will not move. They're still incapacitated on this turn. Sir Dougal is going to take approximately 3 strikes, 2 bites, and 1 claw. So the individual.
Monster Dougal.
21 hits. 5 misses. 19 hits. Sir Dougal takes approximately 9 points of piercing damage from the bite attacks. Roll a series of 3 saves. All fail. $16 points of acid damage. All 3 targets are restrained as they run into the cube. Deals with the north side. Now come to the west side. The west side, purely movement. These are beginning to run through, but they have to go through their friends, right? Incapacitated still, so they're having to kind of run through them. And so they bump. So even if your hypnotic pattern was still in effect, they're actually bumping their friends as they run by, which is enough to unsettle them from this actual condition. I'm filling the space with their dashes as they begin to round through. Southern corridor, or enter the space. We'll now take our attention to the east. Bite towards you, Ares. 1 charges fort. 19 hits you. Deals 9 points of piercing damage. Bites into your leg on all 4s. The rest of them here
Ouch.
are going to be taking dashes. 1 goes towards the source of light, up towards Nereus. That's a dash. Another comes into the space as well, with a dash. This one comes into the space with a dash. 1 comes to your left with a dash. That is the end of the creature's turns. Now come to Sir Dougal. Dougal is going to make 2 bite claw attacks at the same target. 18 hits. 13 points of piercing damage. That target is dead, moving forward. Another claw strike. 24 hits. 14 points of slashing damage. Goes for a bite and claw. Ending turn. Now come to the cube. Cube is full. This cube jiggles. Begins to kind of slither around, moving slightly, but it's kind of having difficulty moving, how much weight it has. I'm rolling a check. Roll dice. It attacks this one, reaching out kind of pseudo-like structures it goes in for a thwack. 7 is a miss, so it aims too high, swinging. Ending turn. As it ends turn, you see the 3 targets all die. Indigo, top of round 5.
Heal a kit.
I know it's not 8. We add more, right?
8 plus the level, so 15 total.
Okay. Adding 15 to you.
Cool. And then, I will take, I'll take 5 feet back just to give Nereus a little bit of breathing room. But I'm just, I'm waiting to do more. That'll be it.
All right, Tardan. No longer shield. Drops.
Is there a way to see the template for a spell on the map without using the spell?
You tell me what you're attempting to use, and I can probably put it out for
Oh.
you.
I want to see how many of these ones over here I could get with another hypnotic pattern. Kind of starting with these two closest to me to see what I could possibly get off over here.
Okay, so it's going to be a 30-foot cube as it comes out.
Yep.
I'm just going to loosely draw it here. So if you could get pretty much all of them.
All of them.
Yeah, if we snap, it's trying to grab more, right, for the snap, but
Yep.
you can most likely grab all of them, but looks like one on the top end.
Okay. Actually, if I started, I guess, it up here, that would grab. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. So I'll go ahead and consume. And oh, that's not the right placement.
You're adding the one on the back end too.
Yeah.
Your DC's 15.
Yes.
All right. Three of them saved. The rest of them did not.
All right. And then moving through Sir Dougal would be
No movement
difficult
cost.
terrain. No
Nope.
movement cost.
Sir Dougal is a large-sized creature and an ally, which means you move at normal pace through.
Okay. Yep. I'm gonna move through him and kind of get in front of the stairs. I think is gonna be my plan. Oh, I'm on ruler.
There is a target in front of the stairs.
Oh,
As you
is there?
step- There is. So if you take 5 feet, you will see that they're right there blocking the actual staircases to be the dash on all fours up towards Nereus. In addition, you're leaving
Sure.
2 threat ranges here, so you will take 2 attack opportunities.
Yep. I will use shield on those.
Okay. One strike is a 23, which hits you. Even with shield, deals 8 points of slashing damage to you, prompting you for a concentration check. Succeeding with a 19. Hypnotic pattern is still up. You're under the protection and safety of Sir Dougal.
All right. I'll end my turn here then.
I will state that Sir Dougal is large and is a rideable creature. With your movement speed, half of it, you can actually mount Sir Dougal.
Oh.
Don't
And
tell
yeah,
him
let's
you-
get on.
Don't tell him you did it.
All right.
This
Yeah,
is
let's-
going to go over well when he
Are you
gets here.
mounting Sir Dougal?
Yeah, Tardan, say it to the mic. Are you mounting him?
Come on.
I will mount Sir Dougal.
Oh,
There,
man.
there it is.
What
right,
happens
Nereus.
on the material plane stays on the material.
That's right, baby. That's right. All right, Nereus, you're staring at a whole lot of enemies in front of you now.
All right, well, he will raise his hand up and flick a bit of water.
You can hear Harrison when he gets here now. What? Give me a recap. Arden's mounted me? Oh, there.
There goes the cube, though, I think.
Nah, the cube's fine.
Thank God it's still alive.
Okay.
Oh.
Only one of them has succeeded on this effect. Now, if I remember correctly, after going through, I'm going to put I want to put a restraint, but I think I'm just going to put a grapple check so it doesn't try to roll advantage when you attack them, because they're not actually technically in a restrained condition.
Yeah.
A creature that succeeds is not bound by the attack.
Correct.
So the one in the center there is not actually. It's on. You also killed a creature, chipped away at it. I don't know if you saw that. Now, the gelatinous cube, because it's a spell effect and it's not a physical grapple, I'm going to put the same thing on the cube. Because it's a spell, and this spell is actually going to affect the cube as well. So underneath the cube, you can see the stonework, the swirling water kind of effect, almost kind of tracing it. Ice begins to form, binding it to the actual floor. So the cube is under the same condition. Now, is the cube smart enough to actually break out of it? Let's see.
All right, and then Nereus is gonna back up, activating shield as he does so, because no, it's gonna provoke.
Backing up, taking your movement speed, go ahead and attack on the shield. Okay. Claw attack coming towards you. 18 is going to hit you even with shield. You take 10 points of slashing damage. It strikes through the shield to your shoulder.
18 still hit with shield.
He doesn't have mage armor on.
Oh, yeah.
That's it.
All right, Ares, it's your turn.
Holy shit. You're
I
gonna be
will-
bad.
I will state you do have a shield and a short sword at your disposal, and I do not incur any sort of transition for actions to take switching.
Yeah, I barely know how to use those, to be quite honest. So we're just gonna YOLO it here, right? So I'm gonna move 10 feet to here. I know I will take a one opportunity attack if he wants to take it from at least the guy to my direct north. So I'll pause there if you want to do that.
Take it. Claw attack coming towards you. 23 hits you. 6 points of slashing damage.
Okay. And then I'll move another 5 feet here. So I'll take 2 more opportunity attacks.
A bite and a claw attack coming towards you. First strike bite is going to land nat 1. Second claw 11 miss, rolling percentile. Nothing happens with the nat 1, just a bad miss in the attack opportunity.
All right. Am I able? I guess I can see all the way up the stairs here. So let me get a ruler out.
You can
real
see
quick.
a little bit, but again, the shelf here, so you really only
Okay.
see the boots, or the feet of Indigo, I should say, at this angle. Maybe even less, maybe
Alright.
even not anything, but say you see the feet.
I'm going to use my piercing arrow to attack. Uh-oh. Ability. To attack those 3 in the line of the stairs right there.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
Did I do
so
that
piercing
right?
arrow. Yeah, so you don't make an attack roll for the attack. Instead, the arrow is going to shoot forward in a line, 1 foot wide, 30 feet long. So I try to grab more of the squares, which is what it's going to do. We just have to interpret the arrow as we go.
Okay.
So it's 30 feet long, and based on the line, even if Indigo was in that range, Indigo is actually higher up, so Indigo wouldn't be
Okay.
hit by the actual arrow. The arrow passes harmlessly through objects and ignore a cover, right? So it's going to like go into the stairs, and it's going to come out on the other side. It's going to fly all the way through the objects. Based on the range of it, though, you're only going to hit the 3 targets that are there. Now, they're going to make dexterity saving throws. And because 2 of them are bound, I actually am going to take it that they're going to fail those saving throws because they're actually in a state of being bound with their legs. They can't actually get out of the way of it. So those are actually going to fail. But regardless of that, they fail anyways. They've rolled their saves. They're going to take 12 points of piercing damage. I'm going to go ahead and tack on that damage now. 2 of them die. 0 passes through, splintering into their flesh. 1 of them critically wounded.
All right. And I guess from where I've been, have I seen the cube swallow things next to it in the time that I've been out here with the cube and these monsters?
You can
Does that make
see
sense?
you can see the cube. The cube is full of creatures. I mean, the cube current right now is too full. Like you don't see that there is a room in the cube to engulf anything else. I mean, there's just no space since the bodies are still being acidically destroyed within it.
All right. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to target the one that I didn't hit this one with my second attack. And go after this one here, and I'm going to sharpshooter on it,
Okay.
and I'm going to go ahead and do that.
21 hits. 18
Nice.
points of piercing damage.
And do I hear anything else behind me at this point?
Passively, you do not.
All right, I'm going to stay right where I am then. And, yeah, I'll end my turn there.
Okay. Ending turn. Now come to the creatures here. The 2 creatures, one of which hit by the line, the other one hit by the arrow, are going to chase at you, Ares. So they're now focused their attention on you. You're going to take a series of a bite and a claw. 18 from the bite hits. First strike, 9 points of piercing damage. Then the claw strike comes through. Bite towards your shoulder lands. Then the claw towards your feet misses with a 6 as you move your leg out of the way. We're now going to focus our attention towards the south, which sight lines as well as auditory are you, Ares. And they are all going to start running, and they're going to make their dashes as they begin to surround you. They begin to rotate all the way around you with their surround as they fill this space. These are dashes as they make this happen. So they have no actions that they can make at this present moment. They're still on all fours, moving at full speed. We're now going to come to the north side, and we're going to combine that with the west as they're now going to converge. So 5 targets here. So we're going to have a total of 5 attacks towards Sir Dougal. This is now going to go into mob rules, as there's now 5 attackers towards Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal's armor class is extremely low. It's only 11, which means it's going to take 3 of these strikes. Go ahead and roll damage. Okay. Dougal takes approximately, I did my math correctly here, it's 17 total points of damage. He's barely alive after getting mobbed by the 5 targets around. We're not going to turn our attention to the 4 here, so again, I said that they're going to converge. As these creatures are going into their allies, some of them have to take dashes to get to the space, others are not. So, I'm going to filter in space. So that is what's looking like. Sir Tardan, you're on the back of Sir Dougal, right? You're looking at these creatures. They're hitting into themselves, right? They're shifting around. They're occupying space, but they're not smart enough to make way for their friends. So they're kind of getting grouped together into horde-like states. They're hitting into themselves, going to try to trample themselves and really get up. They're not attacking them. They're not attacking each other, but they're not utilizing the fact that they can go through with their movement, attack, and come back because they can't strategize that. They're just running into themselves. It's realistic here. We come to Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal, being critically wounded, bleeding profusely, hear the groans of the bear form. Seeing you actually on the back riding, Sir Dougal is going to take the disengage, and being a large-sized creature is actually going to make way, moving 30 feet with you on the back, shifting you here. Taking the disengage, and on the back, the creatures are lunging and reaching, but with Sir Dougal taking the disengage and able to sidestep out and being an actual mount here, this also is going to pass over to you, Tardan, which means that you can't be attacked necessarily by these either. Shifting you over to the right side too in space means that the creatures can't hit you either because they're outside of the reach. Sir Dougal, with that, now again very wounded. I'm going to see real quick. I think it's an action to take the spell to heal, but I do want to make sure. I don't normally play a druid, so... Bonus action to regain 1d8. That is what Sir Dougal is doing. I've seen him do before. Nice. 8. Spelling a spell slot. Regain 8 points of health. That is going to be the end of Sir Dougal's turn. We now come to the cube. The cube is not smart enough to be able to get out of its bindings. Instead, it's going to take an action, swing wildly at whatever's close, which happens to be one of the creatures. Missing with a 10. That's going to be the end of the turn. We're now coming to the top of round 6. With Indigo, you are up.
Okay. I see air. I see Ares surrounded. I will take a few steps down and see that see that fucking cube right there.
I'm rolling a new character already, don't worry.
Run it. I'm gonna use it anyway, so I'll take one more step out to kind of see. Okay. So I don't even see Dougal or Tardan. No, I do, kind of. Fucking kind of. If I was to grab Ares, we would still take all the hits in the world, right? There's
So
no
you'd
way,
have
like, if I'm disengaging, it doesn't pass to him.
No.
Shit.
Because it's not a mount. So you're sent, and you have to grapple too. So you have to grab. So it's going to be an action to even grab them. But they can fail that check, right? They can fail the grapple, and then you'll have half your movement speed at that point because you're dragging them. So hypothetically, you would take attack of opportunities, not by too many, based on the fact that Ares won't take attack of opportunities because Ares is getting moved against necessarily by the grapple. But remember, we have to rules as written here is essentially unwilling movement, and Ares is willing to this movement, right? Willing for you to drag them out. So we have to play by that a little bit. It'll be less attack of opportunities than you think, but I would be more concerned with the movement you have available to even drag Ares to a safe position. I think at this stage, you're looking at the staircase there, which is closer, and knowing that that as well is going to be a safe spot. But do you leave Nereus up here and then go to that side? Sick.
Yep. Okay. So I'm going to another key point, and that's going to be step of the wind for no opportunity attacks. I'll look over my shoulder to Nereus, or I'll be like, "Oh, he's not there," and then I will proceed to here. I will. Can I? Is that flanking for that guy considered? Not really.
Are you talking about flanking for which target?
This one.
That would not be flanking with Ares, no.
Okay, that's just going to be an attack.
Okay.
Fuck me.
11 does not hit.
All right. Scoot up. I know that's flanking. Give this guy a nice crack to the skull.
23 hits. 9 points of bludgeoning damage. Target drops.
Okay. Dr. Drubs. And be like, make for the stairs! And, I will go to here. Or actually, as far as I could go. That was as far as I could go.
So why did you take Step of the Wind?
For the disengage for the glob, right? For the
Yeah,
blob?
but you already saw it attack. So can't make another reaction, potentially.
Oh, okay.
The cube
Okay.
is a little bit different. I do want to state, now that you've seen it in action, I'm going to give you a little bit, right? The cube can't actually take reactions like you all can. That's not
Okay.
something
Sure.
you can do. So it has to fixate itself and attack, and it's very slow and gelatinous-like moving.
Okay.
If you feel like your character wouldn't know that, that's up to you, but you've been in the fight now for 6 rounds, you've seen the cube react and move, and you're very wise, so I think you might interpret the cube couldn't actually take reactions.
I would, the key point that I used, I hit, I'll just use the bonus action to do Hand of Healing on myself, is what I'll do.
Okay.
The key point that I expended.
Okay,
But I'll
that
still
sounds-
give Ares like I'm going this way, man. Hopefully that he can get out of there. I did what I could.
Okay. Eight points.
That's it.
All right. Hard, you're up.
How many more spell slots do I have left?
Lenny.
I want to drop concentration on the hypnotic pattern.
Holy shit.
You want to drop concentration,
me.
hypnotic pattern?
Correct.
Oh.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast a minor illusion. Actually, I'm not going to cast minor illusion. I'm just going to start yelling and making as much noise as humanly possible over here for kind of my speech. And then I'm going to hold an action to hypnotic pattern once I notice these guys kind of stop moving. The little blue dudes. Because I'm assuming they're going to follow me and Dougal, so I want to let them group up as much as possible, if that makes sense.
Okay. So you want them to run at you, grouping up at Sir Dougal,
Correct.
and then you're going to use hypnotic pattern.
Correct. Seeing as how they can only really get
So-
4 of them on him.
So
I
I'm
would
gonna
assume-
I'm gonna state the conditional as follows. You will use hypnotic pattern at the end of the creature's turns, because then
Yep.
that is what you're attempting to do. Okay. All right, that's gonna be your action there. Anything else?
Nope. That'll do it.
All right, Nereus. You're in a stairwell. Ready to go left. You're alone.
He told Ares to stay on the stairs.
Never one to listen.
I don't want this. Cancel. Okay, well, don't do that.
Okay. Yeah, it's fine. You can always right click.
I
It
wasn't getting rid of it.
Yeah. It happens. It's totally fine. It didn't even really give me a whole lot of stuff to work with here. So anyways, we're good.
All right. Well, I don't know if Ares is fine there, but Ares isn't really suited to doing much. He still haven't killed this cube for some reason, so that's like,
The
They've left it alive.
cube's helping!
I mean, is it?
I mean, the cube killed 3 of them.
Four.
of them.
4? Oh, 4 of them. Yeah, that's
Mhm.
right.
Tartan too busy running and hiding from his problem that he caused.
And almost killed Indigo. I mean, it's a trade-off, right? Indigo
And
almost
almost
died.
killed Indigo. That's true.
All right. Well, Ares is wounded, but he's gonna need help. Why can't I use the spell? Oh, I don't think there's a targeting marker for it.
Which spell are you using?
Tidal wave.
Okay. So you're conjuring the wave of water, and you're aimed towards where? You just hover over it.
Just hitting those 3 below.
Those 3?
Ares.
Oh
Okay.
yes.
Just go ahead and roll damage, and then I'll go ahead and roll the saves for them.
DC 16. For dexterity.
All 3 fail. A failed save takes 40 bludgeoning damage and knocked prone. They're not pushed, right?
No, they're just knocked prone. He
21.
pushed the dragon because it couldn't take damage. Your rules.
Yeah. 21 total points of damage.
Oh yeah. Let's go.
That's 1. There we go. They're knocked prone. So 1 is completely wiped out by the wave. The initial wave as it kind of comes cresting over is completely smashed. As it does, it gets hit. I could be lagging here, so if I'm roboting something else. So as it gets hit, it's kind of crushed a little bit from the tidal wave, and then kind of picks forward, continues to the other 2 targets, which knocks them prone and damages them significantly as multiple of their flesh and bones are kind of coming about and splintering. They're both still alive, though. However, they're prone and they're kind of washed away in a way, and they're confused. Ares, you're up.
All right. At this point, even the soldier in Ares is getting a little worried about the situation that he's in, being that he's not on the front lines a lot. So I'm going to use my action to disengage, and I'm going to move past him to go. And I have a shield in front of me now, and I'm going to stay right there for now and yell, "Tartan, what the fuck did you get us into?"
That's good.
And I'm
Putting
gonna
the arrows,
Had to yell.
putting the arrows on the back, right?
Oh yeah.
Of
yeah.
Indigo there.
Oh my god. Yeah, like this could have been real bad.
We're
So,
fine.
yeah, we're great. So I'm going to stay right there, and that's going to end my turn.
All right, we now come to the creatures. We're going to start with the 2. We're going to be chasing, following forward, seeing that Indigo is there. They begin to kind of jam up. Only one of them is actually going to get a successful attack off towards you, Indigo, which is going to be a bite. Reaching out towards you, towards your chest. It's going to be a 20 to hit, which does land. Deals 9 points of piercing damage as it bites into your chest. The other 2 are going to pick themselves up using half their movement speed, and then they're also going to now chase. But as they're doing it, they're going to come into almost like a little bit of a traffic jam of sorts. All right, now we're going to combine this massive horde that is beginning to continue its formation, getting larger and larger. So, as far as targets are concerned, I'm going to try to make this as quick and easy as possible, just moving them into space. Not really too concerned with trying to make sure that they're kind of done. So, let's see. Let's do it here. Yeah, that's what I'm liking. Okay. Shifting them over. They would funnel this way. So they would go like that. These would go like that. Just like that. They would all turn in the direction of you. Okay. 4 attacks are going to come over to Sir Dougal. The total of 4. Those are going to be individual attacks. So it's making a mob attack rule in my head with 5. It's the easiest way to combat. 18 is going to hit with the bite. Then we have a claw attack. 19 is going to hit with claw. Third strike coming out. It's going to be another claw. 6 is going to be a miss. And then we have another claw attack coming through, which is going to be a nat 1. I'm going to roll percentile dice on that one. That one is just a bad miss. Sir Dougal only takes 5 points of damage and still up in the bear form after getting hit by a series of 4 strikes. Now, being clustered together, they are pushing and shoving themselves in. They are shoving each other in the middle of this space. They're almost going to be knocked prone by this effect as they're beginning to hoard together, shoving and pushing each other, trying to get to the bear that's leaped over them and rotated around. Tardan's still mounted on the backside, dropping concentration. You see them throwing themselves into the bear. The bear is kind of shoving back, pushing. It's very violent. It's very gruesome. But that's the end of the turn, which is going to be the condition as stated. So go ahead and use your spell. Surprising enough, the gelatinous cube succeeds on the check, which I think is super fun.
What the hell,
Wait,
man?
what type of save is this? Isn't this a wisdom save?
It's a wisdom save.
That is a smart
So-
jello.
All right. So I'm going to assign the condition as I did before, because it's easier just to highlight them all and get the condition on for incapacitated, and then I'm going to go through and select the ones in the actual order here who have successfully succeeded. So, fortunately, one at the end here, the top end, has succeeded. And there. Total of 4 succeeded. The rest have failed. I don't make these numbers up. This happens automatically, so...
Nope, that's fine.
Bad wisdom saving throws. Now, I do want to state this is a charmed incapacitated condition. There are those in the center, as well as the side, that are not in this condition, and one up front. They're having an effect where they're shoving forward, right? Which means that the hypnotic pattern might be broken by the effect of those that is in the middle and the backside, just shoving forward. It's going to hit into the target at the front. You're just going to kind of awaken them, right? Which is what the spell kind of states. But luckily and fortunately, they are there. The bear form of Sir Dougal notices that there's an incapacitated state cycling around by targets in front, but one to the side is not, and that is going to get struck by a bite and claw attack. Bite coming through. 15 is going to hit. 8 points piercing damage comes in through a claw strike. 25 hits. Wow. There's going to be a total of 25 total points. That target is dead. Hitting the one to the side in the front. That one actually took a swing at Sir Dougal at that point. And that is going to be the end of Sir Dougal's turn. But before doing that, it's going to spell a spell slot to regain a D8 hit points. And it's going to get a 7. Nice. Turn. Now come to the cube.
Come on, Cube.
Swing it away. Alright, the cube is going to hit one of the incapacitated creatures, dealing 7 points of acidic damage. That's going to waken the creature up. As the creature snags on to that, it's now going to attempt to pull them in. The creature has to make a save here. The creature has failed. The creature is now being pulled in to the cube. Upon being pulled in, it's going to take a series of damage. Takes additional 11 points of acidic damage and is restrained inside of the cube. Alright, before we get to the top of round 7 for our combat, we're now going to have to think about conditions that are minute long, like the rage we have with Sir Dougal, things like that as we're getting up to the numbers. But we're also going to think about a break, as we've been in combat for a significant amount of time as the horde continues to press on. So we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. As Group 5 is inside of the Athema Crypt, fighting for their lives to attempt to survive an onslaught of undead, while Nereus sips a cup of tea, safe in a stairwell.
He did stay in the stairs.
Nereus did. So, we'll be back in 10 minutes or so. So 6:52 p.m. PST, and we'll see when we get back. All right, welcome back. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. We're going to get right back into combat here as we start off at the top of round 7 with Indigo. It's time to cue some.
I am
Some
reinvigorated, about to beat some wholesale ass.
It's some action music from the Jungle Planet thing. I don't even know what it sounds like. We're gonna find it.
Question while the music cues up. May I move into the space of a enemy?
Yep.
That's why
No.
they can't get through us on the stairs, remember? Or anywhere.
Lame. All right. Second question is, the stairs that I'm standing on, how much space is above me until there's just stone?
So the space above you, because you're in the stairwell, you're looking at roughly 8 feet.
Okay, so like boom, boom, and then 8 feet above me is stone. I can't go any higher. I'm screwed.
Yeah, the stairwell itself is not, because it's not used for transporting things down. It's just used to have people go down.
Gotcha. All right, so let me punch this guy in the face. No. Actually, let me punch this guy in the stomach, because I would prefer that.
$19 hits, dealing 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay. I'd like to hit him again in the exact same spot with the other fist. Damn it.
But it's not hit.
And then I'm going to go for my unarmed strike for the bonus. Hit him in the face.
19 hits. 7 points of bludgeoning damage coming across the face. Still alive.
Okay. And then, okay, and then it's up to you. You tell me if I can or not. I would like to jump and hold myself against the stone so I am above Ares' line of sight for his arrow attack.
Ares has sharpshooter. It does not matter if you're in front of Ares. Ares is going to ignore whatever cover you apply to the target in front of him.
I thought Indigo has seen him use a specific type of attack where it hits everything in front of him.
Yeah, so you're not just for the shot, but you're basically like another piercing arrow that you just launched, right? You want to get out of the way of that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean it's a foot. I mean it's a very pinpoint line that's being created. So
Okay, yeah. As long as I don't want to get hit by that is basically.
yeah, no. So the best way to interpret it is it's an arrow flying. It's not anything. It's an arrow that's flying. It's a pinpoint line, like a laser.
Okay.
Okay. So Ares can fire that around you and not hit.
Okay. Okay, cool. We were discussing that, and I was like, well,
Yeah.
that's a way for me to be cool.
The template, because it's always going to come up into that big line, because that's the only way you can do it.
Gotcha.
It's kind of inaccurate in the sense that it's just that pinpoint laser. It's like an arrow flying.
Okay, gotcha. And then I will, okay, hit. I will stay where I'm at. I'm not going to use any more key right this second. And then at least the first one got hurt, so probably it will fall if he's able to hit. So I'll stay where I'm at and be a
Okay.
shield for him.
Okay. All right, Tard, you were up.
All right, I am going to pat Sir Dougal on the back, and I am going to cast Cure Wounds on his nice little bear form here. I guess what level slot?
7th level. I'm sure you've got one in your back pocket. It's all good.
Second or fourth? I guess I'm just gonna go second. I rolled like trash.
It's not bad.
15 hit points. I am gonna. I just realized something. I'm gonna look up real quick. Okay. So I'm going to put on Sir Dougal's unarmored defense to his bear form. which isn't a great increase, but it is going to give +2 to AC. I actually read. I was doing research on this for a little bit, and apparently that armor defense passes over to wild shapes. So I'm going to give +2 to the AC. So recover 14 hit points to the bear. Okay. Anything else?
I don't think anything else I have. Action. I think all my cantrips are actions, so nope. I'm just going to end my turn there.
All right, Nereus, you're up.
Well,
All right, so the cube is going to fail because the cube got hit by that. Takes 19 total points. You see, kind of beginning to dissolve, but is still able to maintain structure. So it's almost near. You're seeing it pooling, right, and kind of breaking apart, splintering. The rest of these targets, as you fire off, this one here, if I do correctly, is dead. That one's saved. It's dead. That one's dead. And that one failed to save. And that one's dead as well. So it takes 19. No, that one saved. Just one of them saved. And another one saved, but it was too low. It died. So that one is the only one that's saved and does not succumb to the grapple or that effect, right? The rest of them have perished. You can see that they're hit by this blast of this scalding kind of water as it sends outwards and this pressurized. You're getting hit by it, right? Kind of being pulled apart, the flesh structures of their tissues, they're just kind of getting blown off, and they're kind of sent flying in the eastern direction. Just one of them is almost able to grab the claws into the ground, kind of sustain himself against it, and still live.
cool. That's it.
All right, Ares, you're up. You're muted.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. I will take my... After seeing that, I will take my first attack at the guy in front of us with Sharpshooter on, because, you know, why not?
18 hits. 18 points of piercing damage landing into the head. Her target is dead.
Alright. So... Indigo, do you know what's going on around the corner?
I have no idea, but I heard Tardan make a lot of noise, and he's to the north.
I'll use... so that would be... Instead of 10 feet, that would be 15 feet of movement. And I can still see the cube.
Right.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and attack the cube. So I'm gonna go ahead and take Sharpshooter at that as well.
Okay. 11 hits. 17 points. The cube disintegrates. Creature
Darius!
that was restrained fall out of it.
That's okay. Darius! The big bad cube is gone now. And,
About time.
I will... You know what? I'm going to try to help him out here because I can take a couple of hits. I'm going to stay right here and tell Indigo I can take a couple of hits. Heal yourself so we can get rid of the rest of, I don't know, these 20 creatures that are out here right now. I will stay right there. In my...
Ending turn, we now come to these creatures, two of which are headed in the direction of you, Ares. So one is going to come here into this space, and the other one's going to come here into this space. They're both going to take attacks towards you, coming at a bite and a claw attack. First strike is the bite, lands a critical hit, nat 20. You take 24 points of piercing damage as it lands.
I lied, Indigo!
It's a claw
Indigo!
attack 11 is going to be a miss. As you're bitten under the shoulder, you kind of duck underneath its claws, wildly swinging above. We now come to the horde that is pressing against. Of the horde, 2 targets are only failing their, as far as succeeding, right? They're not incapacitated. Those are going to be pushing forward, and so doing take their actions and awaken from the stupors the ones in front of them. That is going to be the ends of their turn. We now come to Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal sees that one's bumped onto the side, goes in for a bite and a claw attack towards that. 20 hits. That does 7 points of piercing damage with the bite, goes in for a claw. 11 misses, strikes into the stone as the creature ducks underneath. That is the end of Sir Dougal's turn. Indigo, you are up at the top of round 8.
Okay. Is there a way for me to get here without going all the way around them?
You would have to go through Ares' spot, and then you'd have to make some sort of acrobatics check to flip over.
Ares ducked turn.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to do that. I'd like to do a if you'd let me.
Sure, why not? 24. All right, move yourself on the other side.
Okay. So basically,
Yeah, you just
Down.
gotta move out of the wall.
here. Target this guy.
Okay.
To the back of the head.
All right, with flank back of the head, 21 strike hits, 7 points of bludgeoning as you crush into the head with the skull out the other end of the head. Brains and guts splatter upon Ares.
Okay. I'm gonna move to here, and then go for a kick to the spine of this
Okay.
guy.
21 hits. Deal 10 points of bludgeoning damage, breaking into the back slightly. You're cracking a bone. It's now kind of sidestepping, moving a little bit.
Okay. Bonus is another unarmed strike. Grabbing the head, grabbing the skull.
5 points of bludgeoning damage pulls the skull away. Still alive.
Okay, and then I'm gonna use a key point to channel necrotic energy through my arm into the skull and hopefully explode it in my hand.
Okay.
So that'll be another key point. And then Hand of Harm.
Explodes. Its tendrils of necrosis begin to sprout. This creature does not seem to be resistant or immune to necrotic damage.
Okay. And then last bit of movement, I'm gonna move right beside Ares and go for my kid. It looks like if you stay where you're at, I'm about to heal you in 6 seconds.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, Tardan, you're up next.
So kind of looking around, seeing the ones that are awake, I'm going to target the one that's most in my line of sight. And I will throw a firebolt at it.
20 hits. 5 points of fire damage. Just lands
Gross.
glazing across the shoulder. Still alive.
Alright, that'll be the end of my turn.
Nereus, you're up. It's just too juicy.
Holy. Yeah.
Nice roll too.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Looks like you needed my help.
You're welcome for getting rid of the cube for you.
So you send the splintering of scalding water against much of the crowd of Horde here as they begin to fall into each other, burning and being hit by the pressure. There is only a few that actually are able to save away from the effect and survive from the splintering of spells that you just sent out at them. You have removed the majority of the Horde. Ares, you're up.
All right. So, seeing this, Oh. So the way that the heals work, am I able? Is it like staying in melee range with him, or do I have to stand right next to him?
I'm just offering, like, I'm going to heal you regardless, no matter where you're at.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's like I'm gonna touch.
I'm a runner.
Yeah. I'm a runner. I'm gonna come up. I'm gonna come up here with my 20. Oop, sorry. I guess it would be 25 feet of movement, and I'm gonna once again use piercing. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure I'm in the right spot. Yeah, I thought so. Piercing arrow.
Okay.
To target the 3 on the front line here.
Okay. Try to do the best you can with the template it gives you.
Yeah,
Doesn't need to be active.
this might hit Sir Dougal.
That's fine. Yeah, it's okay. Always try to do the best you can with the template. The last one on the line is actually going to succeed. I want to make sure I get the damage correct with assigning it. A failed save and a successful save, a target takes half as much damage. A half the 17. That's dead anyways. Yep.
All right,
Flies
and
through
then. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say it flies through them, chunking. You know, they fall down dead.
And the one that is below, I can't mark it for some reason, but that guy right there that I just targeted is he does not appear to be stunned or dazed.
Correct.
All right, I'm going to use. No, you know what? I'll just the one in the front. No, I'm gonna go ahead and target the one that I have targeted with sharpshooter, and the arrow, of course.
Okay. 22 hits. 22 total piercing damage. Lance thunks into the head. Target is dead.
I used what? 5, 10, 5. So I'll move. Indigo, I'm going around the corner. I'll use 10 feet to move backwards. Some more. And I will end my turn there.
Yeah, removing them from the board as we clear the horde out, ending turn. We have total target-wise, there's 2 targets that are not in the incapacitated or not in an incapacitated state. One of which is going to make way towards Sir Dougal, goes in for a bite towards the bear. Is going to land a nat 20 against the bear.
Jeez.
So many nat 20s out of them.
Sir Dougal
Those
takes
hurt, by the
10
way.
points of piercing damage after the rage is still in effect and resists that damage. We now come to the other one, which is actually going to be in pursuit of you, Ares. The line fixated in the direction of the bear, sees that there's 2 in front of the bear, no room really to attack, opts to go for you, goes in for a claw strike. Swiping across as you sidestep back, 19 hits you across the right thigh, 8 points of damage as it slices against. That's going to be the end of the creature's turns. Now we're going to come to Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal is going to opt for a bite and claw attack at the one that advanced on them and swung, hit with a nat 20, 25 hits, biting into the head, taking off the head, ripping half of its body off of itself, throws the body to the right, then takes a claw strike aimed at the incapacitated one, goes in for the strike, lands with a 12, hits for 14 total points of slashing damage, claves into that one, ripping its ribcage open, heart and other organs spilling outwards. Is then going to, still mounted with you, Tartan, is now going to come and sidestep here into this space, and it's going to put you in this spot. Ending turn. Indigo, you are up.
I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see how gravely wounded everybody is. And I'm like, I just look at Tord and I look at, I look at Dougal in bear form. I'm just like, then I see Ares. I rush over here and I target this guy. Go for an uppercut.
Uppercut
the
its
spine.
back.
Oh yeah, uppercut is back all the way. Horribly
Fal-
messy.
Falcon punch. 22. 10 points of bludgeoning damage. Uppercut through the chest, ripping into its organs. Come upright, pull out of its body, crumples down dead.
And then I'm going to take 15 feet to here.
Okay.
I'm going to target this guy.
Okay.
Same thing. Uppercut to the spinal column.
Okay. 25 hits. Damage is dealt, 6 points of piercing damage. It is no longer incapacitated. Concentration of the spell has ended.
Okay. And I'm going to use key point for flurry of blows. So I will do another unarmed to the back of the template.
16 hits. 5 points of bludgeoning damage now rotating around. It's hit by the back of the head and the spine.
No. And then try to finish it off.
Okay.
Boom.
5 hits. 10 points of bludgeoning damage. Creature is still alive, coming across the back of the head, blocking it. Rip the actual neck slightly off of its shoulders, but still alive.
That thing is lame. I leave it for you, Tartan, as I walk my 15 feet over to Ares, like getting my bandages out as I walk over to him.
Okay. All right, Tartan, you're up. All right,
This thing
22.
can die now.
How do you want to do it?
I just want to hit it in the chest and then have it instantly sizzle out and let it fall on its face.
All right. Directly in the instantly sizzle out, falls down on its face. That's in combat.
Easy.
I'm
Too
going to
easy.
Hop off of Sir Dougal so I don't mount him any longer than I have to. Should we look around this level before we go down?
Hey, before we do anything, can we please try to find some of my arrows?
I will walk over and hand you my quiver of 20.
I don't know how to do that.
I think I can right click, send to player, all Ares, send item.
It's given 20 arrows by Tartan. Ares, you move off to start collecting your arrows. There's actually only 3 arrows that you cannot collect out of the 20, so 17 arrows is what you collect. 2 of those arrows have actually been dissolved by the acid of the gelatinous cube, and then one of those arrows was actually not picked up on the surface.
So I'm going to be the honest broker. I started this fight with 17 arrows, not 20, because I had 3 up on the surface.
Yeah, you collected 2 of
Did I
those arrows
use-
up on the surface. That's right.
Okay, so your math was 17 then out of the 20 that I originally had.
Yeah, so you're gonna get back.
Got it.
You're gonna have 17 out of the original 20, right? That's what you're gonna have.
Got it. I just wanted to be honest with it and tell you what I was tracking. So
All right, we're healing with the kit. I want to see where we're going with this. So we have 6, so 13 over to Tartan, and then 13 over to Nereus.
12
Or 12 to Nereus.
12
So
to
does-
Nereus,
does-
12 to Dougal. And then I already used the kit on myself earlier, so I'm gonna drop the last key point and just heal myself with Hand of Healing.
Okay.
And that is me being out.
wow, talk
Wow.
about feeling like the outsider of the group.
Hope that dealt damage to you. That's
Oh,
fine.
whoops.
There you go.
There we go.
You did Hand of Harm.
Yeah, I clicked the
Yeah.
wrong thing.
Yeah, I saw
Yep.
that when I did it. I was like,
was like, come on!
it's the wrong one.
Come on!
So much love going on.
I don't say anything. I just touch him, let the light flow out, and then I walk away.
Oh, look, he's gone to find some more enemies.
Does anybody have any kind of like heals they can toss my way at all? I mean, I know I'm new to the group and everything.
We can't see your hit point bar, so hard for us to
I'm
know.
I'm
You're
on a
badly
knee.
wounded, according to the
I'm-
bad silver.
I'm on a knee, kind of gasping for air.
I can put you out of your misery if you'd like.
Please, after this, please. I see where I stand in the now. Everybody else seemed to get healthier.
I went ahead and made sure your health bar is up.
Perhaps we should not wander ahead.
See as Sir Dougal in bear form smells the air.
I don't speak bear. Does anybody here speak bear?
Nope. Did any of the bodies look like they had jewelry or were kind of upper class to kind of signal any graves worth robbing? Well,
Yeah, roll perception or investigation.
Let's see, perception or investigation. Yeah, they're the same thing. Let's see what happens. Jesus.
So a 12 in perception. Obviously, you don't need to have too much. I mean, you're just going over the bodies. There's piles of these bodies. You're looking around. Many of these bodies, they do have possessions. They have rings and amulets. Some of them have gems and things. And you're not finding any sort of like particularly like clothing that's recognizable. The issue with this is, as you're looking at these, is that their rings and the amulets are actually indentations inside of their skin. That the actual amulets, I don't know if you've ever, the Thing, right? This is kind of a very similar with the Thing, but you're seeing some sort of the skin layer of the creature. As it grew, it actually absorbed the rings and the amulets as they grew outwards from its musculature and spine. You'd actually have to like cut out the jewelry and the rings to get them. But they all seem to be quite precious. Looking at one of them has like a gem, or a precious stone indentation in the ring. So, I mean, and based on what the knowledge you have is that, remember this is the crypt. Mainly the commoners are buried in the cemetery, right? The crypt, though, you have limited space.
Do you tell this to anybody else or point it out to us that there's precious stuff? People?
Yeah, I was getting there. Hey guys, I need you to not judge me for this, but I need a diamond, and in their chest and in their skin seems to be jewelry, and I want to just start cutting like the necklaces particularly because I figure those would be bigger gems, and try to find any of them that have a diamond in it. Looking for something I could use for my chromatic orb.
And Ares, ironically, will help with the comment of, this is very similar to what I've seen some of the seniors do after a battle's complete.
Far be it for me to keep us on task, but you all do remember why we came down here, right?
I'm sorry, Nereus. One of my ears is clogged up from all the blood that I have in it from the sustained blows that I had from combat. I'm gonna help Tardan real quick.
So Dougal in bear form knocks over one of the lamps. His candle wax begins to spill. Uses the finger and begins to write in the candle wax at the stone floor.
I will
I don't smell anything.
I will say to everybody, Nereus is right, but I think that we need to take a moment, at the very least, to heal up. If you guys take about 30 minutes, I can heal you to full. And then I'm going to take out my journal and I'm going to start etching and writing about the bodies I see and also the cube. You see me in the corner, sitting.
Yeah, 30 minutes doesn't sound too bad to me. I'm kind of, yeah, 30 minutes doesn't sound too bad to me. I'm kind of dizzy. And he said it, legitimately, he said it twice. Kind of like he might have some issues with maybe how beat up he was.
You know, for a soldier, Ares is turning into a big baby.
Did you say that out loud?
Nope. Internal Tartan thoughts.
What'd you say, motherfucker? What'd
Did you say?
Coming from the guy who got up on top of the bear so he couldn't be hit anymore.
No, I used it for a tactical funnel, okay?
But if everybody's in agreement, I'm gonna take a short rest unless some shit jumps out, or if you guys insist on pushing forward right this second.
Nope, I'm fine with it.
I would also enjoy a
After
short
I
rest.
find my diamond.
After, of course, I'm done helping Tardan, because I'm that type of guy, even though he just made fun of me instead.
Tardan,
Just need one diamond.
Are you keeping any of the actual jewelry? Or are you just pocketing the diamond?
I mean, if anything stands out as like diamond or like high quality, like I'm not gonna keep like all the small things that just have a bunch of gems.
Okay.
Anything that's big though, I'll take.
Okay. So you cut about 8 of the bodies and begin to look at the rings and the amulets, trying to find essentially a diamond ear that you can salvage. Eventually, you do find one, right? As you tack on the body count. In addition, you find roughly 340 gold pieces worth of, imagine precious stonework, right? Out of the amulets or the rings. They're going to fetch you a price. Maybe even a platinum ring, right? That kind of thing. Like you're looking for things that I can take out of here that are going to have at least some significant value. You have an idea that the more bodies you go through, the more gold you're going to find as far as the gem. So you can obviously, you don't necessarily need to make an item for those rings or anything. You can just pocket that coin, right? You can role play that we sell it off later. That's not really a big deal. So 340 gold pieces there, and then you come across a ring, and the ring has a diamond. Now, during your carving up, particularly the amulets, there's actually something that is odd as you're peeling back the skin of the collarbone region and towards the chest to really pull back. You're noticing that on the underside of the skin, particularly at the chest, there is these intricate runes that come across, and it forms a very pattern-like thing. Now, the coloration of the skin is blue, and these runes are red. If not for the creatures not bleeding very much, in addition to the fact that their musculature is following along the skin color of that, kind of a black and a blue, you wouldn't actually see these red runes. But because of the creatures, how they're off tinged a little bit towards what we would suspect, right, as ourselves, you can actually see them. The language of these runes is not something you can speak, and as follows, you have no idea what it is. But the fact that it's there, and that it's there upon every body you carve in the amulet section, is alarming.
I would point those runes out to everybody, especially Indigo and Nereus, since I know Indigo probably wants to document it, and Nereus may know what they are.
Okay. You're documenting it down, writing the pattern down to try to see if you can't figure. All right, sounds good. So as far as the diamond is concerned, what value was it that you needed?
Just 50 gold.
The value of this particular diamond is 150 gold pieces. So I'm gonna
All right.
So I'm going to make real quick an item.
Overachiever.
It's fine. It's not consumed when I use it, so I can get it cut later.
It's inside of your inventory.
Sweet. If only I had spell slots left.
All right. What are we doing next?
I just want to make sure nothing's going to jump out of the door, but so I can take the short rest if that's.
Is that what we're doing?
That's our short rest is our goal. Oh, I can put down tiny hut for us to have a short rest without a worry.
Correct.
Finally
so
being
put-
useful, I see.
Is there a added benefit to that? Does that take a spell slot for you, Tardan? Like, does
No,
that
it's
take
a
your
ritual.
energy?
It's a ritual cast.
It is a ritual cast, and it gives us a barrier. So if something does come up and try to like jump us, there's a giant force field around us. Well, not giant, but
Like an impenetrable base for now.
just an added layer of protection in case something sneaks up.
Are we taking a short rest then?
Sounds like it.
That's my vote.
Yeah.
All right, I'm
Works
gonna
for
go ahead
me.
and click on it.
If you spend hit dice, Tartan can give you more back.
Yeah, that is true. I can use my Song of Rest. What do I give?
What song are you playing while everyone's short resting?
Since I feel like it's fitting, I would play the heavy metal song that I played for Wrangler in the bar.
Nice.
All right, roll some hit dice here.
So everyone will get an extra 1d6 if you spend a hit die.
For every hit die we spend?
No, just once.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's go.
I will roll my 1d6. Yeah, close enough to full. So that puts me at 60. All right, let's go.
All right, so we and we add the 2 from Tardan onto ours, or do we roll a separate 1d6?
You roll a separate 1d6 for yourselves. You're basically
Okay.
every time that you're expending a hit die, you're getting an extra d6 for the rest.
Oh, is it every time? I thought it was just one. 1d6 per.
Read it again. I thought it was.
If any
Yeah.
friendly creature who can hear your performance regains hit points at the end of the short rest
Yeah.
by spending one or more,
Yeah,
They
so
get one.
you just have to. Yeah, so it's just one flat 1d6 then, and then.
Okay.
But you only have to use one. I mean, some of you can be topped off by one hit die, and that's all you need to
Mhm.
get that extra 1d6.
Or all of the hit die you had available for a short rest. You know, whichever was first.
I just need 4 more hit points, I think. My d6.
So ritualize casting the hut, getting that over yourselves, right? You seem protected. You don't see anything during this hour of short rest. You don't hear anything necessarily. It seems to be quite quiet. The walls themselves are thick. The stonework is really somewhat impenetrable, right? It's really well constructed. So you take your short rests without being disturbed. Nothing comes up to the hut. Nothing goes to the barrier around it, right? Poke try to enter in. You regain, right, for a short rest. Nereus, any of arcane recovery, right?
He
you
already
can
used
use.
it earlier
Oh,
in
you
the
already
day.
used it. Okay, you're earlier. Okay. So At this stage, you all have the 1 hour rest here and recovering your hit points, and you feel better, I suppose.
A lot better.
I hold
So-
up the healer's kit like I'm about to heal everybody, and then, like, oh, I put it back in my bag.
I'm sure that will come in handy later.
It does.
For some of us.
It does sometimes.
So, where do we go from here?
There's only one way to go.
It seemed these creatures came out of every direction.
I think we need to explore this level before we go further down.
I think Sir Dougal said he didn't smell anything, so we're probably safe to explore this level if you want to.
I mean, there could be something of worth or note, information we need, something. We don't know what's on this level.
Maybe we find the empty tomb of the magistrate that we're looking for.
Could. Maybe this the level they're buried on. Don't even have to go lower.
Actually, that's a good question. Has the twig reacted at all to any of these undead?
Twig is not in your inventory.
Fuck, you lost it? Oh,
How'd the twig go? I'm going to let the group know that as I'm looking on my body for the twig, that it is not up my sleeves where I had put it last, and I don't know where the twig is.
so look. I know I'm the new guy here. As some would say, the F and G, right? But you guys let him lead the way, and we almost die. And you let him hold on to the most important thing that we have at this time. And he loses it. And he tells everybody everything.
I
Nereus?
tell everybody everything?
Oh, 100%. It may not be true, but you tell everything. Nereus, I'm beginning to believe you about Tardan now.
He's the worst.
Gordon, when's the last time you know you had it?
When I picked it up from Valria's room, and we left. I haven't checked on it since then. Can I make an intelligence check to see if I had like felt the weight difference in my arm at any point and just didn't think about it because I was too busy trying not to die?
I would like to insight Tardan to see if he legitimately is confused about this.
The twig itself is not very heavy, so it's difficult to know if you feel it or not. Roll an intelligence check, see if we can backtrack. 16. That's actually really high. So calculating based off the, now looking forward right after the short rest here, thinking back on your memories as far as when's the last time you felt this weight. Based on what you've rolled here, your memory is kind of fogged a little bit, but you're putting it either at the Zealous Flagon or in between that and Mountainside Tower.
That motherfucker. Fucker. Sorry, Twitch chat.
I feel like you can cuss on Twitch, right?
Oh yeah, you can.
You say this out loud?
Yes.
Who do you think took it?
Who do you think took it? Who's the only shady mofo that knew that we had that stick besides Valria?
Question.
You think Morven took it? Melvin took it, I mean.
He may not have taken it himself, but I am willing to put good money on it that somebody from his thieves guild stole it.
He didn't know we had it. Hold on. Oh,
He
see
did.
here. No, Marvin?
Yes.
The last time we talked to him was at the house before we.
He got the
I
toy.
guess we found it there, didn't we? Hmm. All right, look. Back from OOC now. All right, look. We got to finish the job here first. Then we can go deal with Marvin and his little guild. But I think we have to finish here first. We're already here, and we already killed who knows how many undead creatures.
Yep. Let's investigate this this floor. That dirty mother trucker.
All right. Do we want to split up here or stay together?
So
Yes.
passing through now into the northern corridor, you're seeing that there is a design about this space, this chamber. Again, like I said, there's a perfect design and construction to it to maximize the amount of space and as well as stabilize the structure potentially above the earth above. So as you come in, you're noticing that there are sarcophaguses. As they are in these alcoves, these cubbies, the lids themselves are off of them, slammed down into the stonework near them. The lids themselves slightly splintered, cracked. There is these same runes, Tart, as you've observed before, under the skin. You see them on the actual lids of the sarcophagus on the inside of them as they're smashed into. The bodies are no longer there. I imagine you know where the bodies are. There are coins in these sarcophaguses. As you begin passing through, you see there's coins just littering out gold, copper, silver, platinum. There's also things in there, personal possessions, take with you to the afterlife, so to speak. Their sarcophaguses are tiered, okay? On the left and the right sides of the walls are actually these grooves inside of the brick stone for potentially walking, using them as a ladder. And their sarcophaguses sit up, down, all the way up to a 20 to 25 foot ceiling height. 3 sarcophaguses tiered in every alcove, and those lids thrown off. So there's a large amount of debris in the alcove. You're having to kind of climb and move over, even inspect inside the lower one. As you make your way through, heading north, right, Tartan, you see that the same design continues again, another layer, and it seems that they wrap around. There's also these light from lamps. The candles dwindly move every so back and forth. Passively with your perceptions, as you're moving stealthily here, it looks like Indigo, none of you are able to hear any movements. There's no scraping. There's a quietness, eeriness. As you approach, now seeing some of the sarcophagus getting a sample size, if you will, there are some sarcophaguses with lids that have yet to be opened.
Stab them.
Stab the lid.
Open them and stab the.
So first tier looked like all were broken open. And now at the second tier or level, it seems like there's a few that are still sealed.
No. They can be on the first tier. They can be on the second tier. It is just, it's completely random as far as the pattern. I'm saying that now that you've inspected, you're seeing there's a sample size here. You might have said, oh, well, The lid may have just been slightly moved, and the creature may have pushed it back. Now you're certain, as you're seeing that there are quite a number of them in the sample here of how many there are. That there are those that I've marked with templates as you're progressing forward that have the actual lids still on. This can be first, second, or third.
Would you guys be against me ritual casting detect magic as we walk around?
Yes. Because you lost a stick. You have no magic privileges for the next 15 minutes.
I'm gonna walk around this corner and begin ritual casting detect magic.
I feel very torn here between Indigo and Tardan right now, and who I should tell who's doing what. So I'll just stand here with my arms crossed in the middle.
Well, you see, I'm not sure exactly what Tardan's doing, but basically, I am very Pink Panther secretly just quickly walking up and down each hallway, just looking, coming back, being pretty quiet while I do it, and then I'm coming right back to center, is what I did.
Well, you see, where my confusion is Tardan told me he was the leader of the group, but you're telling
never
him...
said that.
Shh. This is not between Tardan, who's around the corner spending 11 minutes ritual casting detect magic. Between Indigo and Ares, okay? So Tardan told me he was the leader of the group.
He's not the
and
leader.
you're telling him what to do. That's what he told me.
He says a lot. I think at the best thing I can tell you is that we are a crumbling democracy. We kind of, there's no leader. If we have time, we talk about it and then we decide as a group. But in the heat of battle, I don't think we've comfortably landed in our positions of status yet, because a lot of times we step over each other.
So I just have one question for you, Indigo. Did you believe me?
About?
That Tardan said he was the leader?
You haven't lied to me yet. Of course I do.
Score 1 for the new Ares. Tardan never said that, but I'm practicing. And if I can get you to believe me, I think I can get most people to believe me. Thank you for teaching me, Indigo.
You're welcome.
Okay, sorry, had to do that. All right, now we're back to searching the catacombs. Quietly move north.
Taking the time, 10 minutes to ritualize castic magic. As soon as it broadens out, Tardan, you feel there's necrotic or necromantic magic that you're feeling and sensing throughout the space. It's just a general aura of space. You do find that there are hints that are more powerful of the same necromantic magic from the bodies of the undead that you have put back to rest. As you make your way through in space, there's something odd that you're feeling, particularly from the sarcophaguses that do not have their lids. Lids are closed, as I stated. You sense that there is some sort of school of abjuration magic coming from the sarcophagus.
I will relay that to the rest of the group, letting them also kind of know. Obviously, Nereus knows this, and Ares probably already knows this. But for Indigo, abjuration magic tends to be protection type, suppression type spells.
Like to protect what's in the tombs?
Possibly from thieves, which could have prevented them from getting out.
Okay.
Or it could have been holy divine magic to prevent corruption of the undead. It could have been, there's a lot of things.
Well, I am so wise with my modifiers. I think that the fact that this looks like it's a tiered setting and architecture with layers and tiers, it would seem to me that the highest of station or the most prevalent are going to be up here. So do you detect anything special up here or further?
I guess I will walk around kind of this last tier and just kind of take my time looking kind of at each one to see if there's any magic that I'm feeling beyond kind of the necromancy and the abjuration.
Okay. You make your way, walking. Don't see anything. Don't feel anything any different than what you felt previously.
I will relay that to Indigo as we go, that I don't think there's anything special up here. Though, if you want, that bag of holding can hold more money, and there's lots of stuff laying around.
So,
And they did just try to kill us, so it could be reparations. So it's technically not stealing from the dead.
Indigo, although I understand what you're saying, this person, this magistrate, or the last magistrate that we're looking for, when he was killed, wasn't he out of favor with the Lord for some of the stuff that he was doing? So would he be up in the highest tier despite the station that he held? Or would he be lower because of the, I don't know, treason? Betrayal?
The other thing, we don't know the layout of the bottom floor, right? Or the next floor?
Oh,
I think Ares may have hit it on the head. This is actually this is very organized in such a way where it seems like the people here are put here specifically in order and purpose and stuff like that. I think that's actually a good point. Somebody like that probably would have been, I dare say, there may be a mass grave at the bottom of this thing, or maybe it's just a pile of the worst of the worst just gets thrown into the depths and just, they're not buried, it's just down there in a pile. We don't know. I mean, I don't think if there's nothing here, we go up, we can't get outside. We need to go down and we need to figure out a clue or something as to how to fix all this. I mean, we can bust out the door and run, but you know what?
as Indigo's seeing Tardan's mentioning going down the stairs, I'll look at Ares, or Ares. I'll look at Ares. Will look at Nereus and say, "Stay on the stairs." I understand now.
I did try to tell you. A courtesy, as you are new.
Okay. And I'll thank you now, and I've learned my lesson. All right, let's go down. Entire group.
Head for the stairs, boys.
Going downstairs?
And I'll go first.
I will take up the rear again.
What is the marching order? Indigo's first, is that what I heard?
I'll
Who's
go
second?
second.
Arden.
That's fine.
Arden second.
Tardan didn't even get a vote.
Who's third?
If Nereus is okay with it, you're Nereus.
Or do you want Sir Dougal?
Oh, yeah. No lie, his token is not with us. I kind of forgot about him.
Yeah, so I'm
Sir
not gonna
Dougal.
I'm not gonna move around Sir Dougal with you all. I'm just gonna
Yep.
anticipate that Sir Dougal is with you until I put their token.
Yeah, he can go third.
All right, so I have Indigo, Tardan, Sir Dougal, Nereus, and Ares for the marching.
Sounds good to me.
I'll probably look to Sir Dougal and say, like, can you give us a hand being quiet? Because I think he has Pass Without a Trace.
Does. Okay. See if I can get concentration. Okay. So
This is
Turdugal
like a
uses Pass Without a Trace. As that happens, you see your footsteps, right, go silent. The wind around you kind of very stealthy as you, even passively, as you're beginning to make your way downstairs. I'm going to activate that map, and I'm also going to have a pause as we activate it. So, the stone staircase seems to descend another additional 45 feet. As you can see, the light beginning to bounce in the staircase, it seems to be this ghostly, ethereal, purplish light kind of moving the staircase in this space. You're unclear as what lies ahead. As far as your passive perceptions, you can hear that there's echoes of similar scraping. I'm pausing.
Okay, well, I am going to roll the stealth.
Oh, that was. That is
It's a 26.
Okay.
Should we all be rolling stealth if we're all trying to kind of
Yeah.
walk down?
Go ahead, Darden, say it.
I wish I had given you bardic inspiration, is what I was going to say.
So you're gonna say that's a lot of dice.
yeah, I was waiting for that. I was waiting. Yeah.
Look,
That's a lot of perception
That's a
checks.
lot.
That's a lot of checks.
No, you can't metagame like that. Come on now. No metagamers out here.
And your stealth checks out. We have 22, 24, 26, 26. Google 28. So, all extremely stealthy. You're not making any sounds. You're all creeping down.
I take it extremely slow. I stop at the base of the stairs and I take a look to see what is up with this room.
You see inside of the space, the ceiling height is roughly 30 feet in this particular chamber here. There is another staircase that seems to descend further into this crypt, and that's on the western side, northern western side of the chamber. Pillars support the flat ceiling, 4 statues dedicated to independent royal families of paladins that have lived in Othiva, constructed about 20 feet into the air, centered around a central stone pillar. Their original ancestors placed in sarcophaguses in front of the statues for all those to recognize as they traverse. Those sarcophaguses, the actual tapestries upon them, white, golden tinge, coins, and other sorts of trinkets upon them, large gems as well on those tapestries. They're undisturbed. The sarcophagus lids have not been opened.
I would like to investigate if there is another blob that I am about to walk into.
Perception.
Perception? Okay.
You don't see anything.
I'm going to look back at Tarden and I'm just going to tell him that I'm going to hug the wall. I'm going to go around this corner. I'm going to hug the wall to my left. like that.
Yeah.
I'm just going to take a few steps. And then I'm going to come back and just say, I didn't notice anybody that way. I'm going to go the other way now, to the right, just slowly.
Do we see this purple aurora? Is that just a lighting effect?
That's real. That is the lighting effect coming from the candles. The candles themselves, the flames are this purplish coloration. They're also extremely bright, giving off this ghastly purplish light as it fills the space.
Okay. I'm going to whisper to Tartan just around this column. It looks like it's just empty. A few candle pedestals. I didn't notice anything around there. No statues, no sarcophaguses, no nothing like that. So I'm going to head to the north wall. If you want to take just a little bit a step out, you can see me, and I'll see if I can look more into the room for anything. I'll kind of give him a, do you think that's a good idea? You think that's fucking dumb as shit?
I'm gonna give you a thumbs up because that's a Tartan level idea right there.
Okay, so I'm just gonna very slowly and very cautiously move over here to the wall.
Passive perception, as well as your active perception, you did not see. Stepped into another gelatinous cube. I need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no!
I swear to Christ.
Oh god!
Saving throw. Dexterity.
Dexterity saving throw of 15 is enough. You sidestep outside, bouncing a little bit. You take 8 points of acid damage. As you can now clearly see the cube jiggling in front of you. Unpausing it. No initiative needs to be.
No
No.
initiative needs to be rolled. I look at fucking Tarn like, no shit, motherfucker.
You and these cubes, dude.
I get Tarn and I'm like trying to push him a little bit like back into the steps so we can have a quick conversation with other people. There's another one of those jelly jigglers over there to the north, blocking a hallway that leads further north.
Indigo walked right into it.
Yeah, but I'm fine. Calm down. It
Did we
didn't-
hear? Oh, go ahead.
No, it didn't seem like it like cared, ish. Doesn't seem like it was just there, and I was like, oh, and then that was it.
So it seemed like more of like a defense to keep stuff in or out.
It definitely was taking up the whole hallway portion to go north. We could not head that way if we needed to. We would have to fight our way through if we wanted to go that way.
Do you see
or
another
lead it.
one?
Well, out of character, am I allowed to like roll a lot of perception checks? I feel like I can't just keep doing that until I win.
Well, you have to interpret based on what your character would do. I mean, if you ran into another cube after checking, you'd probably check again. But you
Yeah.
can't just continuously roll a perception check until you
Okay.
find what you like. You have to make one, and then that's what you're going to go off of until you have new information to make another one.
All right. I'll say that. I'll say, hang on just a second, and then Tardan will see me start to go this way. I want to perceive if there's another cube blocking this hallway to the
Okay.
east, if possible.
Roll perception.
Roll something decent. Ice.
15. You don't see.
Motherfucker. I don't trust it. Like Tardan, I don't even say that. Tardan, there's another one right here. That's what I say.
How loud are you being with your voice?
I give him the, well, not not with the enthusiasm out of character, but more. I'm speaking to where he can understand me from 10 feet away, honestly, is what I was doing. He was up here. So I spoke from there to there. It's up to you.
Just tell me how you're sounding. I mean, that's up to you.
Normal voice. I mean, I'm trying to be quiet anyway, but I would definitely be like, I think one's here.
I'm gonna look at him. Did you see it? Do I see it? Can I roll a perception? I don't trust Indigo. After he's walked into 3 of them. 2 of them.
2 of them. Get the number right.
One of them was twice, though.
Eh.
Oh, God. Indigo, did you see that? Come, let's go back upstairs.
The hell are you talking about?
You didn't see things crawl?
Dude, we came down here to, like, keep going further down. Fucking let's go.
Indigo doesn't
well-
have dark vision.
Oh. Forgot about that. You're a silly human.
In character and out of character, like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know.
So you're sending the person without dark vision to look for gelatinous cubes in potentially dark space.
All right. So Indigo, I saw 4 of the zombie things down that hallway, kind of patrolling. It looked like. So if we're gonna go downstairs, we need to be very quiet, and we need to go
You're
now.
not being very quiet. I'm being very quiet. You're not being very quiet. You need to shut
Also-
up. You need to calm down. Calm down.
If you can't
down.
see, why are you first?
Because I'm the quietest.
What does that do if you have to get within 30 feet of them to see them?
I don't know. Maybe use your magic and grant me dark vision or something, asshole. Fuck. Anyway. I don't know how your magic works.
Let's go downstairs. I'll go first because I can see shit. Okay.
Yeah, go first. That worked out great last time. I go back up the steps.
Ares, kind of hearing whispers while this face palms himself in the very back of the marching order.
Hey, Nereus, what's going on?
Nereus? Is this what it's always like?
Usually worse.
I can't imagine.
I want to see if there's a gelatinous cube in front of these stairs. We've already
That's
fallen
it.
for the gelatinous cube once.
$21.
Twenty.
See one.
All right, cool. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Go! 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 Go!
Assuming we're just moving through Sir Dougal's space.
That's
token
fine.
space.
Yep.
Okay.
Dougal's waiting until you all interpret to go forward.
I look back to Nereus and say, I don't know where Tardan went. I think he's lost.
We come back out into the light.
Oh,
I'm gonna
Never mind.
wave and I'm gonna point to the stairs and I'm gonna go back towards the stairs.
I'm going to look to Nereus and say, if I don't make it, write a song about me. I'm going to go over, follow Tardan.
I won't write a song about him. Say to Ares.
I get that, but what the fuck is going on? I can't see anything. The staircase.
Uh-oh.
As I paused, the movements that you made, hard, running back and forth, something ethereal formed out of the air as it floats in the air, looking in the direction of said movement, of said presence. It looks at Indigo as it does. It's just floating.
Just floating.
Flies
Did
into
it
the
move?
candle and disappears.
Oh hell no!
I wave to Nereus. Like, are you, like,
Okay, I guess I'll dart across.
he's not assisting, he's more like, I don't know if you are coming or not, so.
Oh god, you still have light on.
Yeah, because some of us don't have dark
Oh.
vision.
Oh
Fuck.
no!
That's a lot of dice. Ares isn't falling for this one again, so he's kind of looking across for like the signal to. It's my turn to go.
What is taking you guys so long?
I'm waiting at the foot, waiting at the foot of the steps until Ares and Sir Duke will come over. Not going
Sir Dougal, go.
the steps now.
All right, once I see Sir Dougal make it across, I will go. I'm last.
Alright,
Okay.
further down.
Further down.
That was so much more complicated than it had to be.
What's the marching order?
Yeah, Tardan, what is the marching order?
Tartan went first because Tartan can see stuff.
I think
than
other
that-
than the swap at one, I think it stays the same, right?
Okay.
I like that whole interaction because I really forgot you didn't have dark vision. So me
Really?
seeing the patrol and being like, "Yo, we gotta go."
Small stone stace begins to descend in a similar fashion. As it does, it goes 30 feet down, around 45, now 30. You are very far into the earth as you traveling. In consideration that this is something that sits in a city, as you come down in space. Tardan, you were the first one to wrap around the corner of said staircase, seeing the same ghastly purplish light. You can see a room filled with these same sarcophaguses, with these greenish tapestries over. They are thick, solid pieces of stone. The actual lids of them slightly move, as if something is hitting against them. You can faintly hear the sounds of thudding fists into stone from every sarcophagus in this room. A central pillar sits in the middle, supporting the ceiling height, which is not very much. It's only about 10 to 15 feet as far as its height. This room is extremely short in its height, considering the other chambers that you've seen in Maine. There are other stone pillars supporting. Tartan, what you can see is some sort of corridor, hallway even, just moving towards the east. In addition, as you wrap your head around, you can see a corridor towards the north, and it seems to go into two different spaces, suggesting there's more corridor in the south and west, in a similar fashion as the rest of this crypt.
So I'm going to relay the thudding to the rest of the group. If we're going to move through here, we all need to move together so no one gets caught out. I think that's the only way we're going to get out of this alive. Anyone have any better ideas?
Nope. Sir Dougal, you hear what they're saying up there? I can't hear anything.
I'm gonna step into the room. No, you don't. Indigo, choose a direction.
Up.
That doesn't make sense. We can't go back up.
You said direction, jackass!
North, east, south, or west?
Okay, now I can make a good decision.
Cardinal directions.
South, obviously.
All right, let's follow the wall. Shh, quiet. Can I make sure there's not a gelatinous cube in front of me?
Good man. Good
Perception.
man. I was about to say. If
Perception 11. Do not see. Seem like there's anything.
There's money.
As you
All right,
look down the corridor to the west, you can see an upraised platform 3 to 4 feet in its height of stone, central pillar at the center, 4 golden statues, robed figures with bowls etched in dwarven runes. They hold bowls full of rubies. Gold coins scatter about, especially on the tapestries of the sarcophagi with a bluish coloration and an intricate dwarven guild symbol touched. Gold spills off these sarcophaguses. There are other sarcophaguses in this room. As you stare in the direction with a ghastly purplish light, you can see that those lids of the sarcophaguses are indeed being hit, similar fashion to the sarcophaguses in this room that you are hearing.
Hey, Indigo, what race was the old magistrate? Was he human? Do we remember that detail? Down that hallway to the west here seems like there's a lot of dwarven stuff. I don't remember what race he was.
I mean, I don't think we ever asked. We just heard the
Oh.
story of what happened.
Yeah. All right, south it is. Do.
I'm gonna stop where I'm at and just watch Nereus and Eris make their way closer, so we're not, holy shit, a whole room apart.
Yeah.
If they're gonna move.
Arden, as you look down
I'm
as you look down the southern chamber here, you see there is these kind of solid stone doors with handles on the left and right hand sides in the actual corridor. It then begins to open up into another chamber towards the south. Ceiling height continues to that 10 to 15 feet. See to the north, wrapping around, lighting from that space with the same ghastly purplish light, you can see there are more sarcophaguses with red tapestries very far into the distance, but there are pillars supporting that chamber in there as well. Beyond that, you can't see anything.
Okay, but it seems like if we're gonna take a fight, this might be our best option. I'm gonna look back at the rest of the party and kind of like wave, like, come on. I'm gonna go down the hallway.
Ares is following his orders in last marching order, if you will. So just waiting on Darius.
To come into the space, Tartan, you see there are 4 vault-like metallic doors that stand roughly 7 feet in height. They have intricate locking mechanisms sitting at the center, similar to a bank vault. And it resembles what you would imagine would be some sort of treasure. There are 4 doors in every corner. There are numbers inscribed into the metal, etched in, perfect and dwarvish as they're wrote.
I'll relay that information to Indigo. I'm also gonna kind of point out this northern one because it looks like there's a differentiation in color. And oh, what color was Valor's stuff? Do we know which color would rank higher, Indigo?
A color that would rank higher?
I mean, if I had to guess, given by the... So blue over here was Dwarvish, gray was Dwarvish. But it looks like green is probably like the middle upper class, I guess, because the lower class seem to be more plentiful and up above. So if I had to guess, red is probably some sort of royal court level, and then yellow's maybe like, I don't know, honorable. Seems to make sense. I didn't see anything over here. Does that make sense? Are you tracking my line of thought here?
I never track your line of thought. So I hear what you're saying. I like what you're saying. You say it well. We're not going in these corridors to like really take a look or investigate. There's two doors right down this hallway. Like we don't even know what's inside them.
I thought we were trying to be quiet, and I thought we were looking for the magistrate, which, if I had to guess, would probably be with the court or the royalty.
So follow the wall
To the north.
To the east, then go to the north, and then just wrap it around counterclockwise.
Sounds like a plan.
All
Anyone
right.
got any objections?
I don't know what's going on, but it seems fine to me.
I'm giving Tardan like a 10-foot lead, as best as I can.
All right, I don't see any doors down here. I'm gonna go ahead and peek down into this corridor.
Okay.
All right, now I see some doors.
You come into the space, you can see there are 3 doors in similar fashion as the previous chamber you've inspected to the south. These same ones, with different designations of the same Dwarvish that's written into them. You, I believe, with your language proficiencies, obviously cannot speak Dwarvish, so that's why I'm not translating it to you. There are 2 stone doors, which are similar to the same doors within the actual corridor transitioning to the south chamber. These doors are here and here. They both, again, like the other doors that you saw, do not have a lock, just simply kind of this stone kind of metal handle to them.
Okay. I will relay that info to whoever's over here with us, which looks like it's just me and Indigo. 3 more vaults, 2 more kind of metal doors. No sarcophaguses down there. Oh. Ew.
Coming into a space, you come into a slightly kind of arched ceiling height of a massive rectangular chamber. You can see that there are statues that protrude to a 20-foot ceiling height of apex. These statues made what appears to be out of solid copper or bronze, and they're metal. They do not have any sort of real representation of specific figures. They're more of an amorphous towards the skin and things, but they each have somewhat of a shield they're braced with, facing a designation of opposite sides. There is a pool of water, and the trickling of water coming from the actual surface through small little porises go in between the actual statue itself and funnel into the pools, providing a sense of tranquility and peace about the space. The sarcophaguses with the yellow tapestries to the south and north walls are moving. They're thudding, shifting, trying to break out. These sarcophaguses are thick and sturdy. The actual massive pieces of stone have yet to move. But as you come into the space, And now that you've spent enough time, ones with the green tapestries have made progress. They've slit them. You hear the sliding of stonework in the main chamber. Now speculating it's only a matter of time before these creatures manage to get out of them. The sarcophaguses with the red tapestries are not. You don't hear any thud, no movement, no nothing. In addition, the ones with purple down the way. You focus your attention, you don't see them moving. You don't see the lids jiggling. Or the ones to the west, with a goldish and black trim.
So it's just the yellow, green, and then there's dwarvish ones. Correct?
Except for the ones with the blue tapestries on the platform.
We don't have a lot of time.
We do not. Any ideas? I'm out. If I had to guess, he's probably one of the purple ones.
Let's go.
And I'm still going to be quiet, but I'm obviously going to pick up the pace a little bit. Just kind of not wanting those green ones to come out while we're investigating. Do these look labeled in any way? Can we investigate these to see if there's anything?
Yeah.
So, the purplish tapestries have nothing really inscribed upon them. It seems to be a color, this plain. These are also not silk, they're rather cotton. As you're looking at the tapestries and you're kind of inspecting them and looking around, you can see that on the top left, the sarcophaguses are actually a chisel work upon them. And they also are in Dwarvish. So the actual chisel work is in Dwarvish. And it seems like it's two words in part. Upon looking underneath the actual tapestry, you can see that there is kind of a symbol of sorts. The actual symbol is something you have never seen before. The symbol is kind of effervescent of a triangle that's been stacked and spiralized, right? So you can see it's kind of forming that kind of a very interesting pattern as the triangle is like shifted and stamped to multiple different. Does anybody speak Dwarvish?
Not I. Any ideas, Indigo?
They're not labeled. I feel like we're running to a dead end.
Well, if we're going to have to fight, I would say that south corridor where all the doors are locked, because they're vaulted, would be the best bet, because then they can only come in two at a time. I don't know how long we can withstand another barrage, but
Well, at the very least, there's no way out down here. So we have to pick a place where, if we had to, we could make for the stairs to climb back up. So yeah, definitely not this room. This room's too large.
I would say either the west room or the south room. The east room had one of those normal doors on it, so something could technically come in that backside. Actually, it looks like it connects. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. I'm going to point out this door.
Seems to be another door, similar in fashion to the same plain stone door. Basic handle across the side, metal, stone.
That might give us a one-on-one.
There's nothing special about this door.
Nothing
No
special.
one else surprised at how much is actually down here.
I mean, for the size of the city, is it? We don't. Where I'm from, we don't bury people like this. So I don't know. It's the biggest, one of the biggest cities I've ever been to in my entire life. Is this odd to have this many bodies buried like this?
I'm from the water, but this seems odd, yes.
We kind of take care, or at least what I've been exposed to, take care of ours out on the either out at sea or where the battle took place. So this is all new to me.
Would I be familiar with any crypts like this, kind of from, one of the larger cities in Tamaria? At least I'm assuming it's one of the larger cities in Tamaria.
Roll a history check. 12. Tamarian Republic does not bury their dead like this. This is not. There's a natural commune as well as respect given for the arcane as well. This is preserving dead more than it is letting go dead. There is a level of respect and instruction here. There's a lot of dwarvish notes with the stonework and how it's been made. It goes down deep. Right? It's not long. Right? They don't tunnel outwards. It's very structural in that it goes straight down. One of the things that had been provided was that the sun tree is extremely rich and its roots deep. If you have obstacles in the way, you can't build outwards. You have to build down. So there is a reason here that you're seeing that it is piled in such a fashion. Now, the groupings of the tapestries as well as the stuff, it's common practice for Arthurian Talthars to group their military clerics and paladins, and even with the Sular Kingdom prior to, which is when the script was actually created as well. It's a tradition that carried over to the Talthars. But the groupings of the tapestries note soldiers, paladins, clerics, as well as potentials, affiliates in government.
I will relay that information to the rest of the group. There's also another special tapestry that I didn't even think about over there that could be the government officials, because I'm assuming those would be smaller in number. But it's either that or we wait in a corridor and fight our way.
Well, nothing's broke out yet. We can haul ass all the way down to the other end, see what's there, and then I don't
That's
know.
our best bet.
Okay. I start to kind of quickly move this way. Well, quickly and quietly. Sir Dougal, it was you all along.
So it's the same number of tapestries.
Coming down into the space, you see there are 3 of these sarcophaguses that don't have any inscriptions at all. There's no thudding coming from them, these 3. As now you're coming into the space and you're closer, you can see that there are additional 3 that are actually moving. There's one sarcophagus that is not. It's this one. The actual inscriptions, the names upon here, are written in common. They are names of officials in delegation. They're given titles proper. There's one name that states Magistrate Gular Lu. That is their sarcophagus. That is not Lu.
I'm gonna point that out to Indigo, and shall we move the lid?
I think we need a game plan before we move the lid super fast. Okay.
Do we have time? for a
Covered.
game
Move the
plan?
lid.
I look at Nereus real quick, which he is 150 yards away from me.
Will is just getting tired of moving the token. Nereus and Will are blending together. All right. I'm going to go ahead and just move it for you. No worries. But you can move it everywhere. Okay. So this is, we're going to go ahead and end the session. Because we're getting a good time here before we get into anything else. So I'm not going to have a strength check. Obviously, you can just take your time and getting the lid off. It's extremely heavy. But with all of you here, it's something that's manageable. As you take the tapestry off, and you begin to move the lid over, it becomes ever evident that there is no body in here. There are rags. There are other sorts of bits of cloth, of something that was buried here. But there is currently no body. There is a small piece of parchment that is wrapped, slightly tucked in the sarcophagus. Someone.
Of course, it's Indigo.
Indigo's back.
That was weird.
What was in? Oh, sorry.
It's a small piece of parchment wrapped up.
Yep.
It's not as old as the rags that are inside of it. It seems to be loosely kind of wrapped up and just thrown in.
At first glance, do we see any writing on it?
It seems like it has black ink on the opposite side of the roll.
Indigo,
Mm-hmm.
if I go crazy, punch me in the face, and I'll reach down for the
Well,
parchment.
Hold on.
Oh,
What do you think what are you planning on doing? Grabbing it?
yeah, just grabbing it and reading it. Not out loud, because it could be.
Okay, well, I don't want nothing bad to happen to you, so I grab it and I read it before he can.
Are you both fighting over who's grabbing this right now?
And we rip it in half. No.
No, we're not fighting. I'll let him have it.
No.
But yes,
We
that
just,
is what we are doing out of character.
I picture getting it, like, kind of opening it where we're, like, both reading it at the same time, trying to
Mhm.
figure out what the hell it is.
Okay. So, unwrapping the parchment. Parchment seems to be written in common. It's a loosely scribed piece of parchment. The ink itself seems to be pristine. This handwriting is someone who has an education, someone that is well put. It just states Gular Berlu. That's it.
Well, we're gonna die down here.
You know what? I'm really, really getting tired of looking for the guy. Maybe we should just yell his name and have him come to us. We set up a defense.
So, we're going to go ahead and end the session there. As you have been looking for the spot, hoping that it was here. seems like this body has been taken. Piece of parchment with the name inscribed left. Went ahead and calculated some experience points for you all. How much total you all have now?
Predicament.
Coming from the voice of Tarn. 1,520 experience each. That should put you at 27,449 experience total.
You know, I really thought we were going to get some answers down here.
We did. Don't have to worry about that stick anymore.
Yeah.
Case closed.
We traded
Got a
the
little-
stick. Got a little platinum ring. You got a 150 gold diamond. We're good, man.
That's a good day.
Man.
So, you're watching the stream. Thanks so much. We really appreciate it. And I'm sure you can understand the party's frustration. Hopefully we come right. You all did really well, right, coming to the space. You're far more on the track of reasoning than you know. But there are pieces of information that you are missing. What you need to do is not look at the red herring. Best advice that I can give you.
Taste the red herring. Got it.
Nice. All right. So we'll be back next week. If you're watching, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. And we will see you then.